Yes, sir, ready? नमो तस्य भगवतो अर्हतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्य नमो तस्य भगवतो अर्हतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्य नमो तस्य भगवतो अर्हतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्य I pay my deep respect to Lord Buddha and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. I pay my respect to Dhamma and Buddha Sangha on this occasion. Good morning, one and all. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya. I welcome you all on this virtual platform of Zoom and YouTube in this one-day international webinar by Department of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist Studies, Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. Chairperson of today's webinar, our patron and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Dr. Muralidhar Chandekarji, keynote addressee, Dr. Bimalendra Kumarji from BHU Varanasi, resource person for this webinar, Dr. Scott Stroud from Austin, and Dr. Mahesh Devkarji. We have with us Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. S.R. Chaudharyji and Pali Vibhushan, Dr. Balchandra Khandekarji, who is our patron. We have also with us another patron, Professor Dr. Malti Sakre, former Registrar of RTMNU University, Dr. Purachandra Meshramji. We have also with us Deputy Registrar of RTMNU University, Dr. Anil Hirekhanji, Chief Convener of this webinar and Head Department of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist Studies, Dr. Neeraj Bodhi sir, Convener of this webinar, Dr. Krishna Kamleji, and coordinators of this webinar, Ms. Saroj Wani, Ms. Mamta Sukhdeve, and all the distinguished scholars and participants. I extend to you all warm welcome in this one-day international webinar on behalf of the Department of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist Studies. At the outset, first of all, I would like to wish heartily one and all on the occasion of Dhammachakra Pravartan Din. This is also celebrated as Guru Purnima in our country. This was the historic day when Lord Buddha delivered his first sermon in Isipatan Grove of Sarnath and turned the will of Dhamma for the welfare of humanity. In this way, the Buddhist Sangha was established on the very day. Talking about this occasion, this one-day international webinar has been organized on the theme of relevance of Noble Eightfold Path in the contemporary world. To initiate the proceedings of the webinar, as a tradition of our university, we remember our social reformer and freedom fighter, Tukadoji Maharaj, by reciting university song composed by the great soul himself. I request Pravin sir to please play the university song Ya Bharatat Bandhu Bhava Nitya Vasudev. Over to Pravin sir. Hello. Hello.
Sir, is it audible? हॅलो हॅलो सर 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 should I start next video? ओके विद्यापीठ गीत ऐकू नाही आलं का? मी प्ले केलं बरं परत सुरू करूया करू परत
चल नाही की सर शिक्षाला लिंक करूया म्हणून
Dear participants, we are beginning the intellectual retreat on the occasion of Dhammacakka Pavanta Din, which is held auspicious in Buddhist countries. The people gather in monasteries and take 5 precepts at the hand of Venerable Bhikshu and recited Mangal Sutta on this occasion. We are also will understand the blessing on Mangal Sutta on this occasion. I request Bhante Silvan Sathero to please recite the Mangal Sutta on this occasion. Over to Praveen sir to play.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato सुभाषिता जया वाचा एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् माता पितु उपधानम् उत्तदारस्य सङ्गमम् अनाकुला च कम्मन्ता एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् दानं च धम्मचर्या च ज्ञातगानं च सङ्गमम् अनवज्जानि कर्माणि एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् आरति विरति पापमज्जपाना च संयमम् अपमादो च धम्मेषु एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् गारवो च निवातो च सन्तुष्टि च कथयुताम् कालेन धम्मश्रवणम् एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् कन्ते च सुवचस्सता समनानं च दर्शनम् कालेन धम्मसाकच्छा एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् तपो च ब्रह्मचर्यं च आर्यसज्जानदर्शनम् निब्बानसच्चिकिर्या च एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् बुद्धस्य लोकधर्मे चित्तं यस्य न कम्पति अशोकं विरजं खेमं एतं मङ्गलमुत्तमम् एतादृशानि तत्त्वानं सम्बद्धं अपराजितं सम्बद्धशुद्धिं गच्छन्ति तं तेषां मङ्गलमुत्तमम् साधु साधु साधु
Thank you, Bhante. As a formality of this webinar, and of course, a rich tradition of our country, the head of the department, Dr. Neeraj Bodhi, will deliver a welcome address. Dr. Neeraj Bodhi is a young, dedicated Buddhist scholar who authored a couple of books and published numerous articles on Buddhism, and importantly, he is a popular figure in the city amongst Buddhist community. I request Neeraj Bodhi to present his welcome address. Over to Dr. Neeraj.
Thank you, sir. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya, and good morning to all the respected guests and participants. I, Neeraj Ganesh Bodhi, head of the Department of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist Studies, Rashtrasanta Tukaroji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, welcome you all warmly in this one-day international webinar. First of all, I pay my homage to Lord Buddha and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, who are our source inspirations. Chairperson of this webinar, our Chief Patron and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Muralidhar Chandekar, inaugurator of today's international webinar, Honorable Minister for Energy and our Guardian Minister for Nagpur, Dr. Nitin Raut, Speaker of Keynote Address, Professor Dr. Bimalendra Kumar from BHU, Resource Person, Dr. Scott R. Stroud from USA, and Dr. Mahesh Devkar from Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Our patron, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, Pro Vice Chancellor, Nagpur University. Pali-Vibhushan, Dr. Balachandra Khandekar, Dr. Malti Sakre, ex-HOD, Pali-Prakrit, and Dr. Puran Chandra Meshram, ex-Registrar, RTM Nagpur University. Convener of the webinar, Dr. Krishna Kamble. Coordinators, Dr. Sudesh Bhaute, Ms. Saroj Chaudhary Vani, and Ms. Mamta Subdeve. It is indeed my great pleasure to express my gratitude to the distinguished guests of this webinar who gave consent to deliver their address and presentations in this webinar organized by Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist Studies Department and Pali-Pracharni Sabha Nagpur. Talking about our institution, the Department of Pali and Prakrit, established in 1958, which is one of the prominent departments of RTM Nagpur University. The most significant fact of this department is that it was established after the Great Conversion into Buddhism by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar in 1956 at Nagpur Dikshabhumi. Along with his millions of followers, Nagpur University took initiative and shared the Department for Higher Studies in Pali and Buddhism and started the Department of Higher Studies in Pali and Buddhism. The department runs MA, MPhil and PhD courses. Every year, many foreign students and research scholars from Buddhist countries take admission in the department. With the growing interest of students in Buddhism, department initiated MA in Buddhist Studies from the year 2011 and 12. Shortly, MPhil and PhD courses in Buddhist Studies were introduced. About Pali-Pracharni Sabha, Pali-Vibhushan Dr. Balachandra Khandekar has been emerged the concept of Pali-Pracharni Sabha. It is a socio-academic organization engaged in preservation and promotion of Pali language through teaching and learning. Dr. Krishna Kamble is the chairperson of this organization. The Sabha, established in 2017 with the objectives to propagate this Pali language among the common people, to translate and to publish the Pali literature, to organize workshops, seminars, and guest lecture, and to establish Pali Educational Institute. To tell you about the present webinar and its plan, I still remember in the month of May, we were still under lockdown, attending webinars by some renowned colleges and institutions. My mentor, Dr. Balachandra Khandekar, expressed his wish of organizing a one-day international webinar on the occasion of Pali Divas, which is Ashad Full Moon Day. I accept this proposal to the department to take up a webinar with a relevant theme. I am happy to mention here that that in spite of ill health, Dr. Balchandra Khandekar, who were in communication with me and guided me to gather the team of our department. He only connected guests and helped in organizing this webinar. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Muralidhar Chandekar, has easily permitted me to organize this international webinar. I must mention the dedication and hard work of our teaching staff yields into success. In this webinar, we could bring renowned scholars, resource person, and experts on this fruitful platform for healthy academic discussion. It will be also refreshing and brushing the knowledge for the faculty members from across the country. I am glad that our department shows its commitment to the quality of higher education and research through such webinar. I congratulate all my colleagues from teaching and non-teaching staff for coming out with good themes of webinars and executing them flawlessly. The Department of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist studies is always supports the academic endeavor, fostering research activities and development of faculties and students. The theme of the present day webinar, that is on Noble Eightfold Path, was suggested by Dr. Khandekar himself. Now these days, I personally believe that the present day world is highly suffering from sorrows, loneliness, anxieties, insecurities, hate, discriminations, and separations. Communities and nations are suggested with water high compartments of self-interest and personal gains, causing disharmony to the real purpose and the development of community living. To overcome all these defilements, we need to follow teachings of Buddha, who blessed this world some 2500 years ago. Thanks to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, who revived the lost Dhamma and brought the teaching of Buddha to the grassroots. The Noble Eightfold Path is a way of happiness to the living being. Today, we need this path given by Buddha urgently to repair the human issues and problems in the society. The theme of the present webinar is highly relevant to the one and all. Rather, I would say it is useful for the welfare and peace of the humanity. I hope the deliberations made in this webinar will be of great value and useful for the society. With this note of welcome, I conclude my speech. Thank you all for participating in this webinar. I hand over proceedings to Dr. Sudesh Bhote. Over to Sudesh.
Thank you, Neeraj, for your address. As Neeraj have mentioned Dr. Balchandra Khandekar in his address for his immense support to this webinar. Dear friend, this is the reason why we have invited Dr. Balchandra Khandekar ji to introduce the theme of the webinar here on this webinar. Dr. Balchandra Khandekar ji is a renowned scholar of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhism. He is into teaching for over 50 years. He got retired from the service in 2005, but still he is active in research and studying Pali-Prakrit and Buddhism. For his dedication and hard works in making Pali popular, he was awarded with Pali Vibhushan by the President of India. He was formerly Vice Principal and Head of the Pali-Prakrit Department in PWS Arts and Commerce College, Nagpur. He is author of more than dozens of books which are prescribed as references and as a textbook in RTMNU University and other universities as well. He was also chairman of Board of Studies for Pali and Buddhism in Bridge University. I, without delaying, request Dr. Balchandra Khandekar sir to deliver his introductory remarks. Over to Praveen sir.
राष्ट्रसंत तुगड़ोजी महाराज विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से आज का जो आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग और कोरोना इसके पार्श्वभूमि पर वेबिनार आयोजित किया गया है, उस वेबिनार के अध्यक्ष विश्वविद्यालय के कुलगुरु जिनका बीज भाषण आयोजित किया गया है वह बनारस यूनिवर्सिटी के पाली बुद्धिस्ट स्टडी के विभाग प्रमुख डॉक्टर विमेंद्र कुमार जी, पुणे विश्वविद्यालय पाली विभाग के प्रमुख डॉक्टर महेश देवकर जी, और आज जो इस वेबिनार का उद्घाटन करने वाले हैं महाराष्ट्र राज्य के ऊर्जा मंत्री नितिन राउत जी, और सम्मिलित सहभागिता जिनकी है वह सबको धम्मचक्र प्रवर्तन दिन की मंगल कामना देते हुए आज आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग के इस वेबिनार के संबंध में मैं आपसे आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग पर बोलना चाहता हूँ। आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग भगवान बुद्ध ने जो सम्यक संबोधि प्राप्त की है वह सम्यक संबोधि दुख का कारण, दुख का निरोध और निरोध का मार्ग लिया है। यह सम्यक संबुद्ध होने के बाद उन्होंने प्रथम उपदेश सारनाथ में पंचवर्गीय भिक्षुओं को दिया। वह उपदेश जो प्रवर्तित किया, प्रकाशित किया, वह आषाढ़ी पूर्णिमा का दिन है और इसे धम्मचक्र प्रवर्तन दिन कहा जाता है। इसके उपलक्ष्य में विद्यापीठ की ओर से, विभाग की ओर से, पाली विभाग, बुद्धिस्ट स्टडी विभाग और पाली-प्राकृत सभा की ओर से आज जो इस सेमिनार आयोजित किया गया है, आज के इस सेमिनार में दुनिया में जो कोरोना का प्रादुर्भाव हो गया है और उसके वजह से मानसिक तनाव बढ़ा है, इस मानसिक तनाव को दूर करने का कार्य वो आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग करता है। आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग क्या है? भगवान बुद्ध ने जो भी धम्म प्रवर्तित किया है वह पहला आर्य सत्य दुख है। इसमें दुख का कारण जो बताया है वो तृष्णा है और इस तृष्णा का भी निरोध करने से जो मार्ग बताया है आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग, वह सर्वश्रेष्ठ मार्ग है। यह आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग में सम्यक दृष्टि, सम्यक संकल्प, सम्यक वाचा, सम्यक कर्मांतर, सम्यक आजीविका, सम्यक व्यायाम, सम्यक सति, सम्यक समाधि, यह 8 अंग आते हैं। इस आज के इस कोरोना की परिस्थिति में सम्यक दृष्टि अत्यंत आवश्यक है। जो कोरोना का प्रादुर्भाव हो गया है, महामारी हो गई है, उसके लिए अपने को सम्यक दृष्टि रखना है, मिथ्या दृष्टि नहीं। यह कोई किसी ने पाप किया है या दुनिया में पाप बढ़ा है इसलिए कोई ये कोरोना महामारी आई है, ऐसा सोचने का नहीं है। कोरोना भी आया है दृष्टि रखना है और उसके लिए अपने को निराकरण करने के लिए संकल्प करना है। और बेचारे जो कोरोना के ग्रस्त हुए रुग्ण अच्छे हो गए और जब वो अपने इधर आते, घर में आते, तो लोग उनके तरफ तिरस्कार की दृष्टि यह बराबर नहीं है, यह सम्यक दृष्टि रखना चाहिए उनके बारे में। पहला आर्य सत्य जो बताया उस आर्य सत्य में जाति जरा व्याधि मरण यह शारीरिक बताया है, यह शारीरिक दुख है, और प्रिय व्यक्ति न मिलना दुख है, अप्रिय व्यक्ति मिलना दुख है, जिस चीज़ की अपनी इच्छा की वह न मिलना भी दुख है। संक्षिप्त में पंचोपादान स्कंद यह दुख है। पंचोपादान स्कंद नाम और रूप इसे कहते हैं। नाम में वेदना, संज्ञा, संस्कार, विज्ञान यह चार आते हैं, और पांचवा है रूप। रूप यानी अपनी बॉडी। तो शारीरिक और मानसिक यह दो मिलके ही अपना व्यक्तित्व चलता है। मानसिक इसका परिणाम शारीरिक इसमें होता है, और शारीरिक का परिणाम मानसिकता पर होता है। मानसिकता का परिणाम यह ज़्यादा होता है। ब्लड प्रेशर, ब्लड शुगर, हाइपरटेंशन जिसे अपन बोलते हैं, हार्ट अटैक, यह होने का कारण ही है अपनी मानसिक अवस्था। तो इस मानसिक अवस्था को सुदृढ़ मजबूत रखने का कार्य ये भगवान बुद्ध ने जो आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग बताया उसी में है। ये आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग से जो तनाव निर्माण हो जाता है, उस तनाव को नष्ट करने का कार्य आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग करता है। आज कोरोना के प्रभाव से पूरे दुनिया में जो एक निराशा प्रसारित हो गई है, नेगेटिविटी आई है, मानसिक तनाव निर्माण हो गया, उसको दूर करना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। तो यह आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग से होता है। तो सम्यक दृष्टि, प्रथमतः अपने को सम्यक दृष्टि रखना है। फिर कि यह जो कोरोना आया है, यह कोरोना कोई किसी ने पाप किया इसलिए आया है, या ईश्वर की अवकृपा हो गई है इससे आया, ऐसा नहीं है। तो ये आया है ना, उसके बारे में सम्यक दृष्टि रखना है, और ये जाना चाहे, उसका निराकरण करना चाहे, इसे संकल्प करना है। तो सम्यक दृष्टि और सम्यक संकल्प आज के परिस्थिति में अपने को उसका पालन करना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। इसके बारे में मैं आपको बताता, आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग के बारे में बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने जो बताया है कि दुख तीन प्रकार के हैं। एक आध्यात्मिक दुख है, और आदि भौतिक दुख है, और नैसर्गिक दुख है। आध्यात्मिक दुख वह है कि पंचशील का जो पालन नहीं करते, पंचशील के पालन न करने की वजह से निर्माण होते हैं, वह आध्यात्मिक दुख है। आदि भौतिक दुख क्या है? आदि भौतिक दुख यह है कि एक समाज दूसरे समाज का शोषण करता है, एक देश दूसरे देश का शोषण करता है। उदाहरण लीजिए कि भारत में जो ब्राह्मण्यवाद है, वह ब्राह्मण्यवाद ने जो जाति व्यवस्था, वर्ण व्यवस्था निर्माण की, और उसके वजह से जो अति शूद्र है, अस्पृश्य है, उनको जो अतुनात कष्ट झेलने पड़े, उसका कारण ही है उनको जो दुख सहन करना पड़ा। इसका कारण है कि उस ब्राह्मणी व्यवस्था ने आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग का स्वीकार नहीं किया। आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग का स्वीकार किया रहता तो इस प्रकार का दुख नहीं हो गया रहता। आज कोरोना के प्रभाव से जो दुख निर्माण हो गया है, और चाइना जैसे जो देश है, वह देश जो एक इस प्रकार का तनावपूर्ण वातावरण निर्माण कर रहे, उसको दूर करने का कार्य आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग और पारमिता करता है। तीसरा है कि नैसर्गिक दुख। यह नैसर्गिक दुख ऐसा है, अभी कोरोना की महामारी है, ये नैसर्गिक है। महापूर है, नैसर्गिक है। सुनामी आई, नैसर्गिक है। भूकंप है, नैसर्गिक है। ये नैसर्गिक है, तो इसको दूर करने का कार्य कोई अल्लाह नहीं करेगा, कोई ईश्वर नहीं करेगा, कोई बुद्ध नहीं करेगा, तो इसको अपने को फेस करने का है। अपने ही वजह, अपने खुद को ही उसको संभालना है, मानसिक तनाव नहीं आने देना है। इसके लिए कोरोना का जो प्रभाव हो गया उसको दूर करने का कार्य अपने को ही करना है। कोरोना का जो प्रादुर्भाव हो गया उसको दूर करने का कार्य कौन कर सकते हैं? तो डॉक्टर कर सकते हैं। डॉक्टर ही आज अपने लिए ईश्वर है, अल्लाह है, बुद्ध है। बुद्ध ने तो कहा ही है कि जो रुग्ण की सेवा करता है वह मेरी सेवा करता है। तो उन्होंने रुग्ण सेवा को अतिशय महत्व दिया है। ये आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग, इसमें सम्यक दृष्टि, सम्यक संकल्प, सम्यक वाचा, सम्यक कर्मांत, यह जो आय है यह शारीरिक दृष्टिकोण से और मानसिक दृष्टिकोण से सुदृढ़ रखने के लिए आवश्यक है। आज अपन देखते हैं कि कोरोना के वजह से 50% से ज़्यादा लोग तनावग्रस्त है। ये तनाव मुक्त होना आवश्यक है। निगेटिविटी आई है, उसको पॉजिटिविटी आना चाहिए, सकारात्मकता आना चाहिए, नकारात्मक नहीं आना चाहिए। तो ये कार्य कौन कर सकता है? तो ये आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग।
In the middle of this webinar, I seek apology from all the distinguished guests for loss of few minutes due to our technical difficulties. I hope all the distinguished guests will be bearing with us for this difficult issue. Dear friends, in our country, we give no less importance to the inaugural address, which equally treated scholarly. As the inaugurator, we have with us our Honorable Nitin Ji Rao, who is presently Minister of Energy in Government of Maharashtra and Guardian Minister of Nagpur. But we basically know him as an activist, social worker, politician, and a scholar of Dr. Ambedkar thought, who earned his PhD degree and importantly published a couple of books on Ambedkar thought, which are highly cited everywhere in our country. Besides his academic qualification, he also earned a diploma in commercial pilot. He participated in international conferences in Geneva, Switzerland, Vancouver, Canada, and toured to Sri Lanka, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, London, and Spain as a legislator in different seminars. He was awarded with Man of the Year by American Biographical Society, USA in 2002. He was also awarded with Vijay Ratna Puraskar from All India Bhikkhu Sangha Bodh Gaya, Bihar in 2009. He was also conferred upon the Buddha Ratna Award by Buddha Vihar Action Committee, Talegaon, Pune. Without any delay, in this time to invite our inaugurator, Dr. Nitin Ji Rao, to please deliver his inaugural address. Over to Dr. Nitin Ji Rao. Dr. Nitin Ji Rao, am I audible to you? Hello? Dr. Nitin Ji Rao, am I audible to you?
Yeah. My sound is coming.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Do you
sir.
hear
Very
me?
much. But video is off. Please switch on the video.
So then I will start. Namo Buddhaya, Jai Bhim, and good morning to all of you.
Sir, your
First,
video is not on. Yes, sir. It's visible now. Yes, sir.
Dr. Sudesh, you are getting me?
Yes, it's visible, sir. Please proceed.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir. Please.
Namo Buddhaya, Jai Bhim, and good morning to all. First of all, I pay my homage to our inspiration, the most compassionate Dr. Lord Buddha and Bodhisattva Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Also, I pay my homage to all social reformers who guided humanity for the social cause, respected Nagpur University. Few months back, which is sponsored by me. Another resources person is the webinar Dr. Mahesh Devarji, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, veteran scholar of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhism Pali Vibhushan Dr. Bhalchandra Khandekarji, Professor Dr. Malti Sakreji, former registrar of RTM Nagpur University, Dr. Chandra Mishramji, Chief Convener Dr. Neeraj Bodhiji, Convener Dr. Krishna Kambleji, coordinates Dr. Sudesh Bodheji, Miss Saroj Vani, Miss Mamta Sukhdevi and all the distinguished scholars and participants who are with us here on this virtual platform. And the outset, I deem it's my honor and the privilege to inaugurate this webinar.
Hmm? हो. सर तुमचा व्हिडिओ म्यूट झाला आहे.
जो होस्ट है ना वो कर सकते हैं ना. प्लीज आस्क होस्ट टू स्टार्ट द वीडियो.
प्रवीण सर.
Yes, sir. I had clicked ask to start, but still he had not on.
Dr. Raut, am I audible to you?
Sir, he had also not joined with audio. That's why he can't hear you, can't listen you, and can't speak.
सरांचा आवाज म्यूट आहे, व्हिडिओ पण बंद आहे. आवाजही बंद आहे, व्हिडिओही बंद आहे. तुम्ही बघा.
Sir, started. Sir, please continue. It is started.
हाँ सर, प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
Dr. Sudesh.
Yes sir.
Dr.
It's now
Sudesh,
audible.
could you
Yes
hear
sir.
me?
Yes sir. Yes sir. But still
At
there are some interruptions.
My internet connection is unstable, I think so. But
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
start right now. At the outset, I think it's up and this webinar. As the role assigned to me in this webinar, I am happy to announce that the webinar is inaugurated and open for intellectual retreat. We are under lockdown since 22nd March due to the coronavirus pandemic. I feel so for terrible incident that up to 4 people due to the lockdown in work sectors. Academic sessions are to hampered heavily. Teaching was stopped abruptly in the middle of March. We are unable to conduct summer examinations. But in spite of all these problems, teachers have found out to reach online on the top of digital mediums. As a proverb popularly cited, where there is a will, there is a way. I see some institutions are coming forward with webinars and faculty development programs are appreciable for it cherish says the values as a teacher and of course fulfillment of work from home with contentment. Relevance of noble fold path in the contemporary world, uh, as told by Dr. Balchandra Khandekar, I deemed it urgently needed this present day situation when people are highly affected of the coronavirus pandemic. Economic activities are about to begin after 4 months. Being a student of Ambedkar thought and Buddhism, I have firm belief in the positive results by teaching of Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha has taught us the world is full of suffering and that how to remove the suffering from the world is the only purpose of Dhamma. Lord Buddha's Dhamma had nothing to do with God and soul. His Dhamma had nothing to do with life after death, nor else any concern with ritual ceremonies. The center of his Dhamma is man and relation of man to man in his life on the earth. Noble Eightfold Path is Ashtanga Marg, that is path of righteousness. It includes Samyak Drishti, Samyak Sankalp, Samyak Vacha, Samyak Karma, Samyak Avijjavika, Samyak Vyayam, Samyak Smriti and Samyak Samadhi. Pragya, Shila, Samadhi. These three are the indicators of an individual and the community who is following the teaching of Buddha. A man who develops wisdom will never commit mistakes. He will learn from the mistakes and remain focused on the goal. I emphasize here importantly that is the rationality and scientific approach of Buddhism. There is no place of superstition and ceremonial. The aim of Buddhism is the annihilation of sufferings and problems. In such a situation, today we must rely on medical aids and to remain healthy. If someone claims a remedy on coronavirus without a proper scientific process, you might be knowing recently Ramdev Baba has discovered a scientific medicine coronal, which is banned by the government. Is cheating and taking undue advantage of the people's emotions and their pathetic situation. Government is there to take care of all medical aids through health department and our warriors to reach out to people in emergency situation. We must not worry and need to adopt rationality and scientific approach as a lifestyle. I must mention here the discussion Buddha and his first 5 disciples, which is emphasized by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar in his book Buddha and his Dhamma. Upon being asked by Pari-Prakrit, what is the aim of Samyakti? Buddha replied, it is the destruction of ignorance, that is avidya, and avidya means the failure of understanding noble truths of existence of suffering and the removal of suffering. Samyaditi requires the abandonment of superstition and supernaturalism. In this particular time, we need real for keeping our mind balanced and fearless. Since thousands of people have lost their lives due to coronavirus and millions are suffering from the disease, it creates a kind of fear in the mind of people for life. People are devastated as they have lost many close relatives. Brothers, on the other hand, since lockdown, people are away from work and many unfortunately have lost their jobs. Therefore, there is a problem of earning bread butter for day-to-day life and supporting their life. I urge people to believe in rational thought and scientific approach which is given by Buddha's Dhamma. It will take time to overcome this pandemic situation. You all are aware that every person who reach in is badly affected by coronavirus. Nowadays, rainy season has been started, which is not healthy for human being. You are all aware about Varshavas. Varshavas is going to start from today. That is 5th July up to 31st October, Ashwin Purnima. It has the importance of Ashadi Purnima in the life of the world. This is also the day when Buddhist monks start their rainy season retreat by staying in the monastery for next 3 months. During these 3 months, Buddhist monks by their example of following Buddhist teaching place and an ideal example for the day people. These are the 3 months when lay people undergo serious learning of Buddhist way of life under the guidance of monks to overcome their suffering and gain wisdom, and of course practice of 5% training of noble eightfold path. Brothers, when we are under pandemic situation, we only can keep themselves safe and healthy. We must remember the last discourse of Buddha when Ananda was asking Buddha about the name of his successor to the Sangha. Buddha rejected the idea of appointing someone as the successor to him. He told him, Ananda, hey Bante, you should live as Island unto yourself, being your own refuge, seeking no other refuge, with the Dhamma as an aslan, with the Dhamma as your refuge, seeking no other refuge. Atta Dipa Bhava. This is the time to show our communal harmony with social service and by helping the needy and sympathy to the unfortunate one. With this, I would conclude my speech. I thank organizers for inviting me here as an inaugurator and allowing me to interact with such an intellectual audience. I hope deliberations in this international webinar will be of great value and helpful to the scholars in the understanding of the teaching of Buddha, especially the middle path, which is the focus of the webinar. Brothers, being Energy Minister, Government of Maharashtra, and the Dhamma, from the bottom of my heart, I congratulate all the dignitaries, scholars and organizers. Also, I pray to the Lord Buddha to give you full of energy to fight against COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis. Thank you very much, and Jai Bhim, Namo Buddha.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address and your urgent guidance, being a guardian minister of the city during this pandemic situation. It was wonderful listening to you again on this virtual platform. Thank you very much, sir, being with us.
Thank you.
Dear friends, now we'll move on to the first resource person, Dr. Scott Stroud. I would first seek apology from Dr. Stroud. We like his standards on time, and because of some technicalities, we lost some minutes. Dear friends, after the formal inauguration, and now I'm turning toward the discussion of the topic. For the initial speech, I'm going to invite Dr. Scott Stroud, the first resource person in the webinar. Our honorable friend, Dr. Scott R. Stroud is an associate professor in communication studies, Moody College of Communication, the University of Texas at Austin, USA. He specializes in the intersection between communication and culture, working at the juncture of rhetoric and philosophy. Much of his research extends the thought of the American pragmatists into the realm of rhetorical experience and political activity. He is particularly interested in the connections between artful communication, individual flourishing, religion, and democracy. His book, John Dewey and the Artful Life, engages this theme in detail. His most recent book, Kant and the Promise of Rhetoric, provides a first of its kind reappraisal of Kant and his relation to the rhetorical tradition. Currently, he has completed a book manuscript that tells the story of Bhimrao Ambedkar's brush with Devian pragmatism at Columbia University. He recently visited our city to deliver a couple of lectures in Dr. Nitin Raut Memorial Lecture Series in RTMNU University. Without any delay, I now invite Dr. Scott Stroud to deliver his address and presentation. Over to Dr. Scott.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sudesh, and the organizers of this event. Hopefully you can hear me. I join you on the 4th of July from America, given the time change, and so you'll probably hear out the window the sounds of democracy. Everyone's firing off fireworks. It sounds like we're under artillery fire. I prepared some slides on my topic to help, to see what the ideas that I'm wrestling with when it comes to the Eightfold Path, Buddhism, and democracy. So I will share those, if this works. Dr. Sudesh, can you see those slides?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. This is wonderful. So I am by no means an expert on Buddhism, but I'm currently working on a book project on John Dewey and Bhimrao Ambedkar. So Buddhism is an incredible part of this. And so when Niraj and others asked me to be part of this symposium, I couldn't pass up. I just miss Nagpur and all my friends so much. This is a virtual way of doing that. So today I want to talk a little bit about some of my ideas on Buddhism, especially the Buddhism of Bhimrao Ambedkar, and what it has to add to the struggle both India and America is currently undertaking about how to make better democratic communities. How do we make a better democracy? And so Buddhism clearly has something to give to that, and the Eightfold Path is going to be one of those aspects that it gives to democracy. But first, let's ask this question. This is a deceptively simple question. What is democracy? Now, a lot of people in America, and probably in India as well, think democracy is a matter of ensuring the equality of participation in democratic decision-making procedures. For instance, voting. So if everyone has voting rights, if everyone is allowed to use these effectively, you say, oh, we have a democracy. But the problem with this is this means democracy happens every 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, whenever the voting process happens, and then it's left to elites in Delhi or in Washington, DC. So this view of democracy kind of doesn't capture the whole story. And one of my philosophers that I care a lot about and read a lot about, John Dewey, he also did not like this view of democracy, of a numerical decision-making procedure. As early as 1888, John Dewey started to say democracy is about a spiritual association of humans. In 1939, in a wonderful essay called Creative Democracy, John Dewey says it like this: democracy is a way of life. And we only realize this in thought and act, that democracy is a personal way of individual life, that it signifies the possession and continual use of certain attitudes, forming personal character and determining desire and purpose in all the relations of life. So you see that what Dewey is getting at is democracy is a very deep, habitual, attitudinal aspect of every member of a community. It's not merely just the way we vote and make decisions. The decision needs to be made. Now, Dr. Ambedkar, Baba Sahib, he loved John Dewey, as many of you know. I've got much more to say on the relationship between these two intellectual giants. But one interesting fact is that Ambedkar owned at least 3 copies of John Dewey's most important book, a 1916 work called Democracy in Education. I found 2 more copies of this, making it 3 in Siddharth College's library. And there's even another copy, a paperback copy at Malin College in their archives. One of the earliest editions, the first edition from 1916, you even see Baba Sahib's signature and when he acquired it, when he was a student in London, right after he left John Dewey's classroom in New York. So at any rate, Ambedkar loved this book. What did Dewey have to say about democracy here? Well, it's something very similar to what I said he said in 1939. Democracy is not just a political arrangement, it's a habit of mind, and it's a habit of social interaction. So if you look in Ambedkar's 1916 copy of this, you see in his very distinctive underlining this sentence, and it's this sentence that appears verbatim in Annihilation of Caste in 1936. Dewey said a democracy is more than a form of government. It is primarily a mode of associated living, of conjoint communicated experience. So democracy is about communication. Democracy is about associated life. And only secondarily is it about things like voting. So when we get to what democracy looks like when it's at its flourishing high point, again, we can think about Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar borrowed the motto of the French Revolution. I found this in Dr. Ambedkar's notes from 1916 in Dewey's classroom. He heard this from Dewey, most likely first. Liberty, equality, and fraternity. Democracies, when they're at their best, will give liberty to everyone, and they will give equality to everyone, and they will ensure fraternity among all the members of the community. He says this much on November 25th in 1949, when he talks about how political democracy is dependent upon social democracy, a way of life that recognizes liberty, equality, and fraternity. You also see these in the Indian Constitution. Liberty, equality, and fraternity make the front page. And you see these in the Buddha and the Dhamma, where in the second edition, Beyond the Buddha and His Gospel, the Buddha and the Dhamma in 1957, Ambedkar puts it this way as an answer to Karl Marx and communism. He says, well, did the Buddha teach justice, love, liberty, equality, fraternity? These are all part of his answer to Karl Marx. So you start to see that these kind of interesting ideas of democracy, especially in the Western way of putting it, as John Dewey did, start making their appearance in Ambedkar, and they influence what he sees in the very rich, complex thought of the Buddha. So let's go back to a larger conceptual question beyond Ambedkar, beyond Buddhism. You can ask, what threatens democracy? Well, near as I could figure it, there are external threats, other nations, border disputes, military, threats, fake news, perhaps, hurting the integrity of elections. But beyond this, get rid of all of those threats of violence and force from outside. You can think of internal threats. There are internal threats to democracy that come from the habits you and I take to how we talk with individual people and our fellow community members. So the challenge I see in democracy, beyond just securing borders, beyond just having a strong military, beyond just keeping order, is this very deep challenge. And this is a challenge John Dewey saw in America. This is a challenge I believe Baba Sahib saw in India before it became a democracy and after it became a democracy. And it's a challenge that I think Buddhism has the resources to help us answer. That is, how do we argue and deliberate with others, many of whom we don't agree with? So what we're looking at here is a combination of assertiveness, what I think we should do, what I think policy on civil rights or caste rights should be, and openness to someone else's views on some of these very heated issues. This is kind of the magic, paradoxical formula of democracy. How do we get along with people we don't necessarily agree with? So another way of getting at this is, how can we be fully flourishing, open, and assertive citizens in a democratic community? So now let me get to the problem. And it's a very deceptive problem. It's what I call partisanship and partisan reasoning. So think of a partisan as someone who is really committed to a political party. I know a bit about India. I've been there quite a few times, but I'm by no means an expert on Indian politics. In America, I've seen a lot more of the politics, and we have two major political parties, and people also often define themselves as a Republican or a Democrat, and then they think of the other side as the other people, enemies, the people that don't think right. So this is what I mean by partisan, these kind of really hardcore believers in a group. Now, this could also be religious groups. Okay, of course, India has a lot more religion in its politics, perhaps, than America does. But anyway, let's talk about the threat of what I call the habit of partisanship. So now what a partisan does is they say, well, I'm going to think about arguments on this policy or this problem or that problem, and then I'll figure out the right answer, and then I'm gonna stick with it. The problem is humans, including myself, are really great at thinking we are being open-minded. But usually, research shows, psychological research shows, that humans are very motivated to stay with what they already believe is true or what they were taught early on. And they're often self-focused. They stick with beliefs that bolster their notion of self. If you look at the 1907 book, The Essence of Buddhism by P.K. Narasu, Ambedkar reprints this book in 1948, you see Narasu take Peirce's, Charles Sanders Peirce, a pragmatist, a teacher of John Dewey, takes Peirce's view of beliefs, how to form beliefs, and he puts them into the Noble Eightfold Path. And he says that the problem is too many people pick views based upon the force of authority or the force of whether it bolsters their own passions. And Narasu says Buddhism hopefully gives us a way out of this. We'll explore more of how Baba Sahib answered this same problem, but you see it's there in pragmatism, it's there in the psychological research, and it's there in Narasu in his wonderful exposition of Buddhism starting in 1907. So what do we mean by this? Well, here's a nice quotation from Tom Allen. If my memory serves, he was a representative, a government official, a Democrat, if I remember right, but he had this wonderful way of putting it. He said, Democrats see Republicans, these are the political parties in the US, as inattentive to evidence and expertise, unconcerned about Americans struggling to get by, and reflexively opposed to government action to deal with collective challenges. On the other hand, Republicans see Democrats as the party of a government that routinely infringes on personal freedom, as creators of a culture of dependency among people who should stand on their own, as promoters of change from traditional values that will leave us weaker than before. So you get the idea. Both sides see the other as totally wrong and totally evil in their motivations. So what we see here is partisanship doesn't point to any specific action. It points to a certain kind of attitude or a habitual starting point. We tend to say, I'm right. Now let's see how your views stack up against what I believe. Or we, my party or my religious group, are right. Now let me see how far or how close you are to those views. This is the perniciousness of partisan perfect reasoning, as I call it. The idea that these partisans have a way of thinking that tend to only give a hearing to their side, not the opponent's side. Often they may listen to the opponent, but they're listening with refutations and counter arguments in their head already. They tend to attribute sound reasoning, good intentions, and humane values to their side, their group, their religion, their political party, and faulty reasoning, bad intentions, or bad values to the other side. And they tend to only consider objections and problems to the opposing side, not their own side. This is, of course, a hallmark of critical thinking. This is a hallmark of Baba Sahib's thought. He constantly was telling folks, if you don't like my view of Buddhism, find a way to refute it. So yeah, it takes a lot of humility to think around your own argument and its weaknesses. It is very easy to question someone else's doctrines and dogmas. And then finally, partisans tend to see argument as a chance to defend or extend their party or their group's view of some issue. So think about social media. How many people engage in debates on social media to learn the best arguments their opponent may have, such that they might change and convert to that side of the issue? Now, most of the time you engage in argument to correct someone who's being dumb, to correct someone, or to correct someone who might have a harmful view of things. This is partisan reasoning. And why is this harmful? One, it hinders self-change. An idea of basic rationality, an idea there in the pragmatist tradition, an idea there in Buddhism, is that we ought to be able to improve ourselves, and we ought to be able to allow others to help us improve. So if you're so stuck in your ways of thinking your group is right and others are some degree of wrong, you're probably not going to change. And secondly, and more pragmatically, it increases the social cost to argument. So partisans, may win a certain debate in an election or win a certain event through a mass protest, let's say, but do they create the conditions for solving future problems? Or do they encourage their enemies or their opponents or those that they beat in this decision point to just come back harder tomorrow or next year with their own view and with their own forces? This is what I mean is the social cost to argument. Can we solve a problem now using communication and set up the conditions to solve problems in the future? This is also what Baba Sahib is getting at with the notion of fraternity. This is why fraternity is in there. You never must forget that communism, Marxism, according to Baba Sahib in the 1950s at least, failed to be the perfect approach to solving India or the world's problems, because at the best it could get equality and liberty, but it could never get fraternity. It could never force people to love each other. It could never force people to give up all their money or certain freedoms to create equality and to love each other. So Ambedkar put his money, so to speak, on Buddhism in the 1950s as the only kind of approach that could create the kind of democracy that has equality, liberty, and fraternity or fellow feeling towards all. So this is what the partisan does. They grasp their arguments, their truth, and they try not to change. And they try to change others, they try to beat others, they try to disempower others. Now, one way of getting, having a reaction to this is what I call the path of skepticism. So if you say the partisan is problematic because he or she thinks they're right about something, but they're really just going in a certain habitual track, and some other person might be right, but they're not open to it, you could become a skeptic. Certain schools of skepticism are skeptical of any claim to certainty. So the skeptic pulls back from anything that smells of certainty. Now, I doubt Buddhism is of this, even though the Buddha's final words were all things are impermanent. Like pragmatism and John Dewey, the Buddha shared this view that the world is ever changing. But a skeptic goes, farther than this kind of view and says you can't say anything with certainty about this sort of world. Now, the problems with skepticism are fairly common and well known. First, why argue with anyone if you can't have a point to give them just the same way they give you a point filled with certainty? And then respect is also an interesting case. How can you get fraternity among people if you're totally undermining any kind of truth their views might have? So for instance, if you're a rabid atheist and you go around undermining anyone's religious or even philosophical beliefs, we could cast a wide net. You could see how a lot of people wouldn't be very friendly to this person if their cherished beliefs are being undermined radically by a skeptic. So I don't think that's going to be a great path. So let's turn to what I think is one promising path, that is Buddhism and the Eightfold Path. So let's take the Ashtanga Marga and let us take two specific parts of it for the time remaining, the next 10 or so minutes I have to speak, which is right views, samaditi, and right speech, samavaka. Okay, these both appear in the Buddha's original works, of course, and these both appear in a very prominent place in the Buddha and his Dhamma by Bhimrao Ambedkar. So the question I have, and these are ideas that I'm wrestling with and constantly thinking about, and I like to be as global as possible. So I think about these in American political philosophy and its terms. And I also think about these in terms of Buddhism. And I, like Ambedkar, think about these two combined, Western views of democracy and Buddhism. So the questions I have are these. Does the pursuit of right views, typically the doctrinal commitments of Buddhism, lead to partisan perfect reasoning? And second, can habits of right speech, samavaka, undo partisan perfect reasoning? Can the idea of having the virtuous ways of speaking, and I'd add hearing or listening, have a certain effect to undo the perniciousness of dividing everyone into parties or partisan groups? So let me explore these. So the right views in the Buddha and his Dhamma are these. So if you look at Samaditi, you see Ambedkar say, the mind is only an instrument through which light has come to man. Man is in a prison, of course. For there is in man a thing called will. When the appropriate motives arise, the will can be awakened. Thus, though man is bound, yet he may be free. He may at any moment begin to take the first steps that will ultimately bring him to freedom. So Ambedkar is getting at this point that the mind and mental habits, a very important thing for his teacher, John Dewey, by the way, these mental habits are key to democracy and they're key to enlightenment on the Buddhist path. So right views becomes a view of getting out of things that fetter you. So for instance, in verse 22 in that section of the Buddha and his Dhamma, Ambedkar writes, Samaditi requires the abandonment of all doctrines which are mere speculations without any basis in fact or experience. Now this, like many things, is easy to say, and it's a challenge to live up to, right? Because everyone thinks they have access to the facts. Everyone thinks their doctrine is not mere speculation. So you think about this with fake news. There are certain fake news stories that are clearly false, but there are a lot of things that we're worried about as being misleading that are arguable. There's no appeals court we can look at that doesn't involve human agents who have certain motivated patterns of reasoning. So this is one of the worries. Could Buddhists get trapped in the same habitual way of thinking of us versus them? Our group is right, other groups are full of mere speculations. This is a challenge. The Jains also had this challenge. The Jains try to engage this with Anikantavada and Nayavada and Sayadvada. So this is one of the fascinating things about India and Europe is how they deal with issues of certainty and doubt. So let's continue to write speech though, because I think this is a very important contribution Buddhism can make to contemporary problems such as polarization and partisan divides in democracy. So the Buddhist typical way of expounding right speech is this: abstinence from false speech, abstinence from malicious speech, abstinence from harsh speech, and abstinence from idle chatter. Now, if you look in the Buddha and his Dhamma, you see Ambedkar give an extended version of this. Samavaka, right speech, teaches that one should only speak that's what's true. Don't speak things that are false. Don't speak evil of others. Refrain from slander. Don't use angry or abusive language towards any fellow person. Speak kindly and courteously towards all. And you should not indulge in pointless, foolish talk, but let speech be sensible and to the purpose. Now, this is a very powerful vision of right speech. It gives us a lot of details, and it also gives us a lot of details that seem to constrain us when it comes to democratic discourse, right? Because if democracy is anything, it's the freedom of speech and the freedom of thought, and they go together, in concert with other people who don't think the same way or speak the same way as you. So democracy is a recipe for argument and disagreement. When you worry about democracy is when no one disagrees. So the habits of right speech preclude harsh, abusive treatments of one's opponents. You see how this is a good thing in terms of the value of fraternity, because if we abuse others and we're overly harsh to them to get our way, they're not going to form a community of fellow feeling based upon fraternity or matri, as Ambedkar puts it in the Buddha and his Dhamma. They're just going to find a way to regain their power or their position in the next iteration of debate or decision-making. You also see the habits of right speech in the Buddha and his Dhamma implicate a rejection of anger. This is in the Buddha, of course, in many renditions of the Buddha's teachings, and it's in Ambedkar's Buddha and his Dhamma from 1957. There, Ambedkar says, the fire of anger should be stilled. One who harbors the thought, he reviled me, maltreated me, overpowered me, robbed me. In him, anger is never stilled. He who harbors not such a thought, in him, anger is stilled. Enemy works in evil to enemy, hater to hater. But whose is the evil? Let a man overcome anger by love. Let him overcome evil by good. These are very powerful words. And what you start to see that Ambedkar is shaping a vision of Buddhism in the Buddha and his Dhamma that is fascinating, that is complex, and is powerfully democratic. Of course, the Buddha had different concerns than Ambedkar had, but the philosophy is at its core a very continuous thread. And what Ambedkar is getting at in the 1950s with his talk on Buddhism and his writings on Buddhism is simple. How can we find a way to think around categories like caste, and I submit to you categories like political parties or religious groups, and form community? So the Buddha and his Dhamma is really a recipe, ideally, for retraining your habits such that you love other people, including non-Buddhists, including people of other quote unquote castes. So this is why love is written into the Buddha and his Dhamma so strongly. Ahimsa becomes a positive principle of love all, not simply don't harm others. And you see anger, even righteous anger being written out of his Buddhism. And instead you see things like right speech and the stilling of anger towards those that might have oppressed you as important aspects in your own cultivation and in the cultivation of democracy. So I end with these two final questions. And like I said before, I'm wrestling with many of these issues. I don't think I have the answers on many of these things, and I worry about those who do. But I think Buddhism is a fruitful way to start to wrestle with the important questions. And if you ask the important questions, you've already made a gain. So one of the important questions I see emerging from the portion of the Eightfold Path I've interrogated is this. Right speech is communication based in love or compassion for the receiver of the message, including someone we may vehemently disagree with. Now, the question is, can we live up to this ideal, even when it involves our political opponent? Now, if you look very deeply into how you talk about those you disagree with, including those you think are harming you or wronging you in some way, this is a very high standard. Perhaps Ambedkar didn't live up to it in texts such as Riddles in Hinduism. He was incredibly harsh towards the Hindu tradition that vividly oppressed him and his kind for thousands of years. This is one of the complexities of Baba Sahib. He is very harsh towards his opponents sometimes, but then in his view of Buddhism, he puts this ideal that everyone should try to come close to living up to of love. And then the second question is this, and this is very much the riddle of Dr. Ambedkar in the 1950s. How can we criticize others forcefully without being unloving or without precluding community with these individuals? Ambedkar was a lawyer and he was a great speaker. So Ambedkar knew he had to be forceful, but he knew he couldn't be so forceful that he got his way and prevented community with those he was in contest with. So in 1947, he was giving a speech to the student parliament at his beloved Siddharth College in Mumbai. And he tells them this wonderful quote that always sticks with me. He tells these budding young politicians or lawyers or barristers, he said, you cannot win this house over, this House of Parliament, let's say, by giving your opponents a black eye. He said, that's the way of tyranny. You can only get away with that if you are absolutely sure you can always maintain power over those people, the minority or the bare minority, 49% of the House, let's say. You know, Ambedkar is very smart. He's very pragmatic. You must find a way to forcefully push your points, your agenda, your rights, your people, without precluding the ability to make community with those people you are arguing with just then. So how can we be forceful, yet make room for a fraternal democratic community? So today, hopefully I've given you some things to think about, and they all circulate around Buddhism and the ideas of right views and what that means, partisan habits of thought, and how we can make sure we're free of these kind of strictures of critical thinking, and right speech and the promise it has. So again, I thank the organizers of this wonderful event for including me in this. And Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, sir, for your resourceful address and your urgent resourceful address and insight into the subject. Now we'll take some questions. I have asked our friend to take questions from YouTube, and till then I'll be interacting with you. I have a few questions from your address. You have referred John Dewey and Dr. Ambedkar over understanding of democracy. If you know, Dr. Ambedkar was highly influenced of Buddha's democratic ideas. And on the other hand, he was under guidance of John Dewey, he was there. So do you see any connection between Buddha and John Dewey's thoughts on democracy?
Yes, this is a wonderful question. You know, I've tried to, I'm still writing this book on Ambedkar and Dewey, and it could take me my whole life. I have to just stop. But John Dewey knew very little about Buddha. And this is, I think, one of Dewey's biggest sins. He had a very warped view. He thought Buddhism was all about pessimism. Life is suffering. He stopped there. So, but, you know, so Dewey did not learn much from Buddha, but however the reasoning happened, Buddhism is very similar to pragmatism. They both believe the world is, that views of certainty are typically wrong. Dewey was concerned about selfish, habits in his ethics. So in that sense, he was worried about self-focus in the, passions in the Buddhist view. And they both had this view of meliorism that said things like theories were only good insofar as they had effects. And we all know the Buddha's story, right? If someone shoots you with the poison arrow, you don't necessarily need to worry where the arrow came from. Worry about how you get the poison out. Or if you use a raft to cross the river, you don't need to fetishize the raft. You can leave it and go on the other side of the river if you don't want to come back. So in this very deep sense, both Buddhism and pragmatism share very similar commitments. There's a historical story, of course, where Buddhism is in Ambedkar's culture, and Ambedkar goes over and listens to Dewey, reads Dewey, and then comes back and says certain things. But at the conceptual level, Buddhism is very similar to pragmatism.
In one of your present slides, you talk about the habit of partisanship. And during that discussion, you have mentioned that research shows that our reasoning is typically motivated. So my question is whether it is due to our association with our religious beliefs or due to learning in healthy environment. Your response.
Yes. There's a vast literature in psychology on this. And I don't know right now what they do, in terms of religion. This is the thing about America. Religion is not as big here as it is in India. I tell all my friends, you go to India, religion is one of the first things you'll see off the plane jetway. But yeah, the point is, I think is very fundamental, and it would apply to religions. The idea is that humans like to feel right. There's probably an evolutionary reason behind this. If we went through life doubting, that's really a coconut or whatever, we'd never eat, we'd die. Or if we doubt, that saber-toothed tigers really are ferocious, we'd probably get eaten. But however it happened, yeah, the research tends to show that humans have beliefs, religious included, and it's very hard to get them to change from them. And things like political parties are, even harder to get them to change from. So, and these manifest in values. I can't remember the date, but in the last 8 years or something, Pew Research this is a firm that does really good research across the US. They ask these questions and they, like, how would you feel if someone dates a different race? Your kid dates a different race. And that, when America was even more racist than it is now, it used to be a very high, people were very worried if someone dated outside their race. Now, even stronger than that response is what happens if your kid dates outside of their political party. And I'm sure in India, there'd be similar reactions if you are marrying outside your caste or marrying outside your religion. A good number of people would be worried about these. And so the idea is anything that shakes our belief structure, we tend not to like, and we tend to try to shut that down.
Okay. Also, in one of your slides, you talked about why is the partisan mindset harmful? So, don't you think that such kind of approach or attitude obstructs the progress of the nation, or it registers the development of the community, which is living around all such elements?
Yes. I mean, this is the challenge of partisanship, really. I'm part of the Center for Media Engagement here at the University of Texas at Austin. And what we're trying to do is get people to be engaged in politics, but still be open-minded and respectful. And what you see, right, is partisans, people that are very strong Republicans or very strong Democrats, probably the same in India. They are very engaged in politics. So how do you get people to be engaged in bettering their community the way they think is right, without totally seeing others that disagree as enemies? And this is a really big challenge. In the West, we've tried things like getting people together. Online, you see people from the other side and you think, yeah, they are dumb. But if you meet someone in person, sometimes you see them as a human. You see them as complex. You see them as not just a BJP or a Republican or just a Democrat. So this is the challenge. I don't think anyone has the answer. I think people should think about Buddhism more as having resources we could use to try to challenge this trap of partisanship.
There is one question in chat box, and the question is asked from West Bengal. And the question is whether can India become a Buddhist country? Your observation.
Yes. No, my short answer is no. But this is a very important question, right? And I think about this when I think about what was Baba Sahib doing in the 1950s when he talked less about democracy and more about Buddhism. He largely left politics in the 50s. So, did he think that he could convert Buddha and the world, right? The Buddha and his Dhamma was written in English. This is not the language of Dalits. This is most likely, this is going to be the international lingua franca. So he wrote the Buddha and the Dhamma in a way that it would reach farther than India, then it'd be translated into Marathi and Hindi and of course later. So did he think India could become Buddhism? I'm sure he hoped it could. But the question is, can Buddhism guide us in dealing with non-Buddhists in a democratic fashion? I think it can. So you can hope to convert people, but if you're wrong and you fail, you still treat them with respect. I think that's one of the bottom line messages of the Buddha and his Dhamma.
Very good. Most part of your, the second part of your presentation was on Buddhism and democracy. And especially you have spoken on the challenges from Ashtanga Marga. So one question is there, like the present day world is having a very competitive religious scenario. Religion is in competition with another religion. Okay, yes. In such a competitive or competitions amongst religion, how do you think that we can overcome the challenges before a noble eightfold path, especially the Ashtanga Marga, in the context of present day?
Yes, India is just a fascinating pluralism of religions, right? America doesn't know about religion until it looks at India. So if India can get all of these religions and all these communities to get along, you can do anything with democracy if you can achieve that. And so all of these religions that I've studied have a way, from Swami Vivekananda and his kind of pluralism that puts Hinduism at the top or Vedanta at the top, Buddhism, which has a certain way of dealing with other religions, the Jains with their there is both a self and not a self pluralism. all of these religions in India have evolved argumentative, rhetorical strategies, I call it, to deal with how to, be in conflict with other religions and not kill each other at the best moments. And I think that's key, is you don't have to always agree to be in a fraternal community situation. I think Ambedkar knew that. He liked working with Nehru, even though they didn't agree on many things. But you can have a baseline respect among opponents. And that's what Ambedkar saw in Parliament at its better moments. That's what he saw lacking in so many Hindu communities in his day. So that's my answer to you. It's a challenge. You must still be a Buddhist, but Buddhism needs to really emphasize the views of love and right speech, for instance, in persuading non-Buddhists and still respecting non-Buddhists.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. It was wonderful joining you on this virtual platform. When you visited Nagpur some 4-5 months back, we were there in all of your lectures. Couple of lectures in RTMNU University, one lecture in my college, another lecture in Nagaloka. So all of these lectures were the feast of knowledge, and especially the research you are into. Thank you very much for joining us in this discussion also. And thank you for your consent to be with us in this. Yes, sir.
Sudesh.
Yes.
I would like to just ask one question to start.
Yeah. Dr.
Directly.
Yes, Dr. Scout, one of our friend, Dr. MS Wankade, is having a question to ask you. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes. You are.
So very nice session. You spoke very well, sir. But just I want to like a very small question to ask you about it. Whether Dhamma is important or the religions of the world is important. But simply that question is, sir. Please clarify.
So the religions or what are important? I missed the other concept.
Yeah.
What was the other thing? Religion or something else? What was your question?
My question is whether the religion is important or Dhamma is important.
Oh, Dhamma.
Where is humanism? In religion is the humanism, or in Buddha is Dhamma is the religion, humanism. That I am asking.
Yes. I mean, so much depends upon how you define religion, how you define Dhamma. Dhamma, yes. I think Ambedkar would say the Dhamma is the most important. He obviously put his money on the Buddha card. He knew of Christianity and other religions, obviously, but he thought Buddhism had the most to work with. But again, like I said before, not everyone's going to agree with Baba Sahib. So the challenge for the followers of Baba Sahib, how do you passionately stand up for these views of Dhamma to those that don't believe it? Make a community with them.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Scott, there is one question. It is asked on YouTube. The question is, the philosophy of Buddhism is progressing majority of tribal areas. So what are the reasons do you see?
You said the Buddhism is progressing in tribal areas?
Progressing in majority of tribal areas, rural areas.
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you think? What are the reasons behind it?
I am not, like I said, I love Buddhism. I've taught it for years. I'm no expert on Buddhism on the ground in tribal areas. One of the things I would speculate on is that Buddhism has historically been easy to spread to other countries, even after it was largely exterminated in India, because it's so flexible. And like pragmatism, it's so flexible. It can adopt to local customs. So I'm sure various tribal regions and tribal groups can find a vision in Buddhism that satisfies them. In a similar way that Ambedkar kind of wanted to make Buddhism a very democratic philosophy, and he was able to find the parts of Buddha and really put a spotlight on those. So that'd be just my speculative answer, but I'm sure other folks are visiting these areas and asking the people why they like Buddhism. And so it's wonderful when you see Buddhism spread like this.
Okay. Mr. Sunil Jain Buddha. He is on YouTube and he posted a question. How do you relate the question of race, caste, and democracy in the framework of pragmatism and Buddhism?
Yes, this is a challenging question, and I've seen many of my peers in the West. Obviously, India is aware of the resurgence of the Black Lives Movement, and questioning white supremacy in the U.S. And so it's a really wonderful moment for the U.S., even though it's based upon the tragedies of police brutality, and with the backdrop of the pandemic. But the idea is, how do we keep races from being subjugated, right? This is the question of racism. And I constantly remind my colleagues who always put this in a colonial or white supremacy lens that oppression doesn't just base itself on skin color. Of course, colonialism is worrisome. Of course, racism based on skin color is worrisome. But in India, there's up to 500 million people affected by caste oppression, a sort of oppression that doesn't exactly track on skin color. It doesn't exactly track, on birth to certain parents of a certain ethnic group. So, this is, I think, one of the interesting things you get when you study countries like India. You start to see that humans can be awful to each other in surprisingly new ways. So you don't want to get sedimented in your ways of thinking. So Ambedkar shows that the resources of Europe, namely through John Dewey in America, might be one of the more valuable resources to battle caste oppression in India. If Ambedkar would have took the resources of the native traditions like Gandhi, this wouldn't have given him any legs to stand on, as we saw with the dispute in the 1930s. So this is one of my answers to a very complex question. There are going to be many books written on race in the U.S. in the next few years. Hopefully, my colleagues from India, including you all, will get caste oppression and caste inequality into this discourse, because I think everyone in academia has their blind spots. As Richard Rorty said, they're often based upon the reading lists our advisors to us when we were in school. So in the West, we have certain ways of looking at things. And too often the caste struggle for justice is not in those Western discourses. So hopefully both of these unique forms of awful oppression will get the complex analyses they deserve.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Scott, for answering this additional question.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, my friends.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, we'll move on to the keynote address by a renowned scholar of Buddhism and my own friend from BHU, Dr. Bimalendra Kumar. Professor Bimalendra Kumar did his PhD in Buddhist studies from University of Delhi in 1990 and has been teaching since then for 29 years in various universities such as Delhi University, Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan, West Bengal, and Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Currently, he is working as a professor and head Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Faculty of Arts, Banaras Hindu University. He has 6 years of research experience during his doctoral and postdoctoral education. His areas of interest are Pali Theravada Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy, that is Abhidhamma philosophy, and Tibetan Buddhism. He has total of 12 books to his credit as an editor. He has published more than 100 articles and has been editor of Mahabodhi and Dharmadut journals being published by Mahabodhi Society of India, Kolkata, and Sarnata respectively. He has been in action at various national and international seminars, workshops and conferences. He has visiting assignments at different universities. He has been also coordinator and convener of many conferences. He has been on numerous academic bodies of universities, an expert member of selection committees of universities, institutes, and many academic bodies, and as a member of the governing bodies of the organizations. He has also served as a member of various expert committees constituted by University Grant Commission of India, National Testing Agency, Government of India. He has been appointed as an external examiner for Master of Buddhist Studies program of the Center of Buddhist Studies, the University of Hong Kong for 3 years from 2017 till 2019. He has been awarded Vishesha Puraskara on Text Visajja Manusaja Puddhati Devanagari edition by Uttar Pradesh Sanskrit Academy Lucknow for the year 2016. With this brief introduction, I now invite Dr. Vimendra Kumarji for his keynote address. Over to Vimendra Kumar.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sudesh Bohate. Today is Asad Purnima, Dhammachak Pavatan Divas also. So first of all, I would like to pay my respects to all my Gurudev, teachers, and senior persons, parents, and other colleagues of the. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure for me to get associated with this international webinar on the relevance of Novel Eightfold Path in the contemporary world. I am really thankful to the organizing committee of this international webinar on this very burning topic and which has been selected for this our current pandemic issues which we are facing nowadays. This international webinar is being organized by our Rashtra Sant Tukoji Nagpur University as well as Nagari Prachar Sabha, Nagpur. So I'm really thankful to the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to speak on this very topic. As we know that Buddhism is a psycho-ethical thought and practice which takes a being from the state of suffering to the state of eternal bliss. As a thought, Pariyatti, it says that a man is a composition of 5 aggregates. The suffering is associated with that. There is a cessation of the suffering. And how there is a path which leads towards the cessation of the suffering. As a practice or patipatti, Buddhism also says that there are some efforts through which or practices through which a person can get a state of eternal bliss. So in between that, Buddha has prescribed a path which is called as middle path or eightfold path. Before coming to this, in Dhammachak Pavatan Sutta, we also find that Buddha says that Dvime anta pavijitena na savitabba. O monks, 2 extremes are not to be followed by a person who has renounced their household life. What are those 2 extremes? Katma dve anta kamesu kam sukhle kan yogo hino gammo pathajan ko anaryo anat sahito ubhu atkil mathan yogo ubhu anta majma pati hino gammo pathajan ko anaryo anat sahito. It is said that there are 2 types of extremes, kamesu sukhl kan yogo and atkil mathan yogo. That is the association of the sensual pleasures and the association with the self-mortifications. And in between that, Buddha has said that there is a middle path. Ubho anta majma patipada tathagatena abhisambuddha chakshu karni yan karni upsamma nibbanaya samadhati. Again, there is a question that katma chasa bhikkhave majima patipada tathagatena abhisambuddha chakshu karni yan karni upsamma nibbanaya samadhati. Ayame ariya thangi ko maggo. Chetitam sammaditi, samma sankappo, samma vacha, samma kamanto, samma ajimo, samma vyamo, samma sati, samma samadhi. So these are the 8-fold path. From the sammaditi till samma samadhi. Again, Buddha also says that I speak only 2 things, that there is a suffering and there is a cessation of suffering. That dveme bhikkhave desemi dukkham cha dukh nirodham cha. That in between that he has given this 8-fold path, that is the middle path. It is also called as Majjhima Patipada. And this through middle path, there are the, you can say, 3-stepped way of getting a state of eternal bliss. All these eightfold paths have been divided into three, that is the Seal, Samadhi, and Panya. So first two, Samadhi and Samma Sankappo, are signifying the Panya, that is the right understanding, and Samma Vacha, Samma Kamanto, Samma Vacha, Samma Kamanto, Samma Ajimo, these three are called as Seal, and the remaining Samma Vyamo, Samma Sati, Samma Samadhi, these are signifying the Samadhi. These eightfold paths are also counted as a foundation stone or basic path for starting Bodhiya Pakkhiya Dhamma. In Mahaparinibbana Sutta also, Buddha says that these eightfold path has been counted as a base or foundation for observing the 37 factors of enlightenment. So this eightfold path has a great significance or great relevance for getting a state of eternal bliss. As we know that the seal is the physio-vocal culture. It curtails the physical vocal misdeeds. It curtails the physical, that is the panatipata, adinnadana, bearmani, and vocal, that is musavada, vishnavachara, falsavacha, and sampalapo. So seal or morality is the physico-vocal cultures. It curtails the three types of physical and four types of vocal misdeeds. Again, this samadhi is the mental culture. It removes the five types of hindrances, nivarnas, and it prepares a base for starting the Rup Samadhi and Arup Samadhi through the five types of jhanangas and four types of Arupa jhana. And lastly, that is the Panya. These three types of, the Panya is the mental culture. It prepares the mind for getting a state of eternal bliss. It has been said that it removes the darkness of the ignorance, and it says that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. So this is the Panya. I will discuss the eightfold path in a very brief manner based upon the Pali text, and I will discuss that how these eightfold paths are relevant or significant in the present contemporary world also. As we see that in the first is called as right understanding, that is the Sammaditthi. Sammadassanamti Sammaditthi. That it has been defined as a Dukkhe Yanam, Dukh Samudaya Yanam, Dukh Nirodham Yanam, Dukh Nirodhagamni Patipadaya Yanam, Idapachayata Yanam, Patisamutpannesu Dhammesu Yanam, Aparantam Yanam, Pubantam Yanam, Pubanta Aparantam Yanam. So it is the knowledge of the Four Noble Truth. It is the knowledge of the conditionality. It is the knowledge of the law of dependent origination. It is the knowledge of our understanding of the past existence, present existence, and both previous and present existence. So this is the Sammaditthi. Again, there is a sutta also in Majjhima Nikaya which is called as Sammaditthi. In Sammaditthi, which has been uttered by Dham Senapati Sariputta, the Sammaditthi has been explained or discussed in a very detailed manner. In a very brief manner, I will say that first of all, in Sammaditthi Sutta, it has been said that what are the 10 types of Kusala Mula, what is the Kusala Mula, and what are the Akusala Mula, and what are the Akusal Hetus. So after that, one who knows what is Kusala, what is Akusala, what are the Kusal Hetu, and what are the Akusal Hetu, he is in position of the right understanding or the Sammaditthi. Again, it is said that one who knows the origin of, that is the, what is the ahara, what is the ahar samudaya, what is the ahar nirodha, and ahar nirodha gamini patipada, then he is in the possession of the right understanding or the samadhi. Again, it is said that one who knows that there is a suffering, there is a cause of suffering, there is a cessation of suffering, there is a path which leads towards the cessation of suffering, he is in the possession of the right understanding or samadhi. Again, one who knows the law of dependent origination, 12 links of the Anulomana and Patilomana, then he is in the possession of the right understanding. And in the last one who knows the what are the four kinds of asavas, kamasav, bhavasav, dittiyasav, vijjavasav, and what are the causes of the asavas, what are the cessation of the asavas, what are the path which leads towards the cessation of the suffering, asavas, he is in the possession of a right understanding. So in that way, it is said that there is a right understanding. So one who knows the Four Noble Truth, law of dependent origination, law of conditionality, he is in the possession of the right understanding. So in that way, we say that this right understanding is, whenever we, this right understanding has great significance in the present sense also, that it leads us to know that what are the things which are impermanent, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. So due to this right understanding, we are able to know the nature of the reality, Dhamm Swabhav. And this is very significant in present day also, that how through the right understanding, we will be able to know that all things are subject to impermanence. Whatever the pandemic nowadays, it is prevalent, it will go one day, and we have to exert ourselves to remove this pandemic COVID-19. Again, the second is called as Samma Sankappo, right determination or right thought. In the text, it has been said, Nekham Sankappo, Abhyapad Sankappo, and Avihinsa Sankappo, the Samma Sankappo, renouncing the household life and a right determination or right thought related with the friendliness or love or universal friendliness, and a right determination related with the avihinsa, that is the compassion, is called as a right determination or Samma Sankappo. Now, these three, they come to Sankappo, that is the renouncing the household life. After, whenever we hear the teachings of the Buddha, we are thinking to renounce our household life and taking a life of the recluse and performing or becoming a lay person or laity also. So in that way, this Nekham Sankappo or right determination is significant or relevant nowadays also. Then second is called as Abhyapad Sankappo. Here Abhyapad is right, you can say friendliness. Abhyapad is defined as adosa, and adoso ti metta, metta ti parhit kamata, that whenever there is a desire to help others, this is called as adosa or abhyapada. So a right determination related with that, how all the persons be happy. This is that sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta or sab bhavatu sab mangalam. This type of thinking or determination or thought is called as abhyapad sankappo. Even in Dhamma Sangani also, which is the first text of Abhidhamma Pitaka, this adosa or metta has been defined in a different manner. So it has been said as, just I will say that how this yo adoso adudasana adusittam metti mittayana मेत्तायितत्तम अनुदया अनुदयता अनुदायितत्तम इतेसिता अनुकंपा अव्यापाद अव्यापज्यो अदोषो, then kushal mool ayam bucchati adoso. So here ados or abhyapad has been discussed as hitesitita or anukampa, that it is in the sense of compassion also or karuna also. Again, the last it is called avihinsa sankappo, that right determination related with the avihinsa, that here avihinsa is the karuna, compassion. Karuna has been defined as it is not only a verbal sympathy after seeing the suffering of others, but it is an effort to enter into the suffering of the others, and how there must be a effort to remove that suffering is called as compassion. Karuna has been defined as kamiti dukkham runati iti tam pavisati vinasai bhaimati cha, that par hadanam kampanam ti dukh karuna, that after seeing the haday kampanam, the suffering of the others, and then there is a desire to enter into the suffering of the others and making an effort of removing that suffering is called as compassion. So here right determination is also relevant in present time or in a present pandemic time, that how we make an effort to remove all these enmity or hatred, and how we have to develop our compassion towards all the living persons, then this is called as avihinsa sankappo. The third is called as here again these three which are wrong intentions, which we have nekham sankappo, abhyapad sankappo, and avihinsa sankappo. So three all are important in our present time also. So third is called as samma vacha, that is the right speech. It has been said musa vada birati, pisuna vacha birati, farsa vacha birati, samphalai bermani. These four are called as a right speech, that refraining from telling a lie, refraining from harsh speech, refraining from ignoble speech, these are called as a right speech. So abstinence from false speech, from lying persons is relevant nowadays also, that we have to be honest and how we have to be truthful to other persons also. So in that way, this musavada bermani, that telling, refraining from telling lie, this is also relevant to in present time also. In the same way, harsh speech, that pisuna vacha bermani, that is speaking to other persons in a harsh manner, this is also not good in present time. So this pisuna vacha, farsa vacha, samphalapa, all four types of speech are relevant in present time also, that how we have to behave in a proper manner with the persons of the society as well as in the family members also. So then we can develop our good environment or universal friendliness in our society. So fourth is called as samma kamanto, that panati pata bermani, adinna dana bermani, kamesu mikshachara bermani ti samma kamanto. So three types of actions are called as right actions. Here panati pata bermani, that refraining from killing a living being. Here pan atipat, that killing a living being. Here panoti satto, sattoti naro, naroti Mano usadham iti manusyo. So that one whose mind is more elevated than other animals, then he is called as a living, as a nar or sat. So here, killing a killing a living being is also relevant, refraining from killing a living being. So this is also relevant in our present times. It gives a sense of the ahimsa also. Nowadays, there is in pandemic society, so we can how develop this ahimsa. Even Acharya Nagarjuna was asked to summarize his teachings in one word. Then Nagarjuna replied that all the teachings of the Buddha has only one essence, that is called as ahimsa. So ahimsa, that is the Panatipata Vermani, has great relevance nowadays also. And through ahimsa, we can develop our because wherever there is ahimsa, there is the arising of the pramad also. And due to pramad, there is a conflict in society, conflict in the family members also, conflict in the society. So in that way, we have to remove this ahimsa. So panati pata bhermani, this is also segment. Again, adhinna dana bhermani, refraining from taking a thing which is not given to you. So that also relevant nowadays also, that we have to be honest in our present time also. And even if you see that Sangha is also not supposed to take any things, all the wealth goes to the not in the name of any persons or any bhikkhu or none, but it goes in the name of the Sangha. So in that way, there is no any concept of property in the Sangha also. So in that way, we are not supposed to take anything. And again, we have to be very careful in taking the thing, whatever we desire. And here it is said that ghasa chhadan paramtai bhikkhu santushto hoti. So in that way, we have to be very satisfied. Whatever we have to sustain our only body, and how we have to sustain our things. In that way, the third is called as that is adinadan kamesu mikshachara bermani, that refraining from indulging sexual deeds. So be faithful to our family members. So here a wife is supposed to be very much faithful to her husband, and a husband is also supposed to be faithful to her his wife also. So in that way, one should not indulge in sexual misdeeds. In that way, the society can be very peaceful. There will be a good environment in the society also. So this kamesu michachara also creates a problem in our society. So nowadays in this pandemic society, this kamesu michachara bermani is also relevant in the present time. So next is called as samma ajivo. That micha ajiv pahai samma ajiv kena kapyati iti samma ajivo. That removing from all types of micha ditti is called as a samma ajiva, that is the right livelihood. In Brahmajala Sutta, we are having the 62 types of micha ditti, and they have been divided into different headings also. Again, ditti, we are also having that sasato lokoti va, sato lokoti va, tam jivam tam sariram, ayam jivam ayam sariram, hoti tathagato param marnati va, hoti tathagato no hoti tathagato param marnam tiva. So 10 types of abhyakat pahiyo. These 10 types related with the Saswatvad, eternalism, and the Uchchedavad and relativism, they are also called as Michhaditi. So refraining from all these types of, you can say, they are called as Michhaditi. Again, in the Dhammasangani, that Ditti has been defined as Dukkhe Ayanam, Dukh Samuday Ayanam, Dukh Nirodham Ayanam, Dukh Nirodha Gamni Patipada Ayanam, Dukh Nirodha Gamni Patipada Ayanam, Idhapachayata Ayanam, Patisamuspannesu Dhammesu Ayanam, Aparantam Ayanam. So like that, not knowing the Four Noble Truth, not knowing the law of dependent origination, not knowing the law of conditionality, all these are called as Miksha Ajiv, that is the Michhaditti. Again, in the text also, there are 5 types of professions which are called as a Miksha Ajiv, a right livelihood, like Sat Banija, Sath Banija, Mans Banija, Vis Banija, or Maj Banija. So these types, 5 types of professions or the trades have been banned in Buddhism also. So one should not take a profession in these 5 types of business or the professions. So in the present time also, a person, all these due to lack of time, I will not explain all these. But in nowadays, in present pandemic situation also, this is profession in the weapon, profession in the human beings, and other wine, weapon. So these are also not relevant nowadays also. One who does these have been banned in present time also. So due to this pandemic, we must be very much careful that how we have to follow these right livelihood. So next is called as some right effort, that is the Samma Vyamo. So there are 4 types of right efforts: Upannanam, Akuslanam, Dhammanam, Pahanaya Vyamo. Upannanam, Akuslanam, Dhammanam, no Uppadaya Vyamo. Upannanam, Kuslanam, Dhammanam, Uppadaya Vyamo. And Upannam, Kuslanam, Dhammanam, Vepullai Thitiya Samosaya Vyamo. So these 4 types of right effort have been said by the Buddha, that the immoral dhammas which have already arisen, they must be uprooted. And there must be an effort that not to arise the immoral dhammas again. And there must be an effort to arise the moral dhammas. And again, that how the moral dhammas which have been already arisen, they must be established, they must be established, and they must be developed in a more developed manner. So these are the 4 types. So in the present pandemic situations, we must be very much sincere in our performing or following the 4 types of efforts, that how the moral dhammas, that antipathy or hatred which are arising in our mind, they must be uprooted. And the moral dhammas like Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha, and other moral dhammas which are arising in our mind, they must stay, they must be established, and they must be cultivated or developed in a more developed manner. So these one should be very much aware of that. The next is called as Sammasati, right mindfulness or right awareness. So here sati, as we know that Buddha says that, O bhikkhave, sati dwariko vyeti badami. O monks, I call mindfulness as a doorkeeper. as a doorkeeper does not allow any undesirable person to enter into the house, in the same way, sati or mindfulness or awareness does not allow any undesirable immoral factors to arise on the surface of mind. In the Satipatthana Sutta also, Buddha says that ekayano ayam maggo sattanam visuddhiya jadidam chattaro satipatthana kayanupassana, vedananupassana, chittanupassana, dhammanupassana. So there are 4 types of mindfulness which have been said by the Buddha. And now in present times, so this mindfulness is the only path for getting a state of eternal bliss, or for getting a realization of a state of eternal bliss, nirvana. So there are 4 types of mindfulness. That is the kayanupassana, being aware of all the activities of our body. There are 32 parts of our body, and being aware of each and every part of our body is called as kayanupassana. Vedananupassana, here Vedana is called as Anubhavan Lakkanati Vedana, that being experienced after having touched the object is called as Vedana. There are 5 types of Vedana: Somanas Vedana, Sukha Vedana, Dukha Vedana, and Domanas Vedana, and Upekha Vedana. So being aware or being alert of all these 5 types of feeling or Vedana is called as Vedananupassana. Again, Chittanupassana. Here Chitta is called as Chetana Aham Bhikkave Kammam Badami. So all the actions, they are, whether they are moral or immoral, they are called as consciousness. So being aware of all 89 or 121 types of consciousness is called as Chittanupassana. And lastly, Dhammanupassana, that all the teachings of the Buddha like Nivarana, Dhanangaj, Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, Law of Dependent Generations. So being aware of all the teachings of Dhamma is called as Dhammanupassana. So nowadays in this pandemic situation, again, there is a concept of social distancing in this pandemic COVID-19. So here social distancing is in the sense of physical distancing. Physical distancing is in the sense that we must be aware of all the activities of our body. So one must not, in the pandemic time, we must maintain a distance, physical distance among the people. So here, being aware of Kaya Nupassana and feeling of all the, you can say, persons, one must not hurt the feeling of others. So in that way, Somanas and Domanas, Dukha Vedana and Sukha Vedana, one must be aware of all these types of feelings. Then this is called. So here in the present time, this is a right mindfulness, or Samma Sati is also relevant nowadays. So lastly is called as Samma Sati. So as we have seen that right mindfulness, here Sati is the heart of the meditation. So after the mindfulness, there starts the Samadhi. So here Samadhi is Kusal Chittas Ekaggatati Samadhi. One-pointedness of moral consciousness is called as Samadhi. So here Samadhi is of 2 types, Rup Samadhi and Arup Samadhi. So the concentration or meditation which is being achieved on the objects which have form and color, they are called as Rup Samadhi. They are 5 in number. That is the Vitak Vichar Piti Sukha Ekta Saitam Patham Jhanam, Dutiya Jhanam, Tatiya Jhanam, Chaturtha Jhan, and Pancham Jhanam. And there are 4 types of Arup Jhan also. So being aware of all these 5 types of Jhanangas, that is the Rup Jhan, and 4 types of Arup Jhan is called as the right concentrations or Samma Samadhi. So in the present time also, a person must be very much calm and patient also. We see that there is a need of Samatha and Vipassana. So through the Samadhi, a person, Rup Samadhi, a person can perform the Samatha, calming the mind, and vipassana, through that a person is able to know that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. So through the vipassana has been also defined as anicca adi visesh prakare pasati iti vipassana. So like samatha and vipassana, through that we can also develop our peace, calm in the society. So in this present pandemic situation, a person is supposed to follow the right concentrations or right meditations, that following the sati and samadhi. These last two, that is the last three, that is the samma vyamo, samma sati, and samma samadhi. These are very much relevant or significant in the present situation also for controlling our pandemic situations. So in that way, we can control our society. So I have taken much time. I was given only half an hour. So if there is time, then I can continue. Otherwise, I can stop here. So Sudesh, is there any time, or I can stop here? Hello. So in the last, I would like to say that I am very much thankful to the organizing committee and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on the relevance of Eightfold Path in the contemporary time. So I am very much thankful. So I am ready to answer the questions which are being asked by the participants in this webinar. So thank you, Sudesh Bhavate and Niraj
Yes,
Bodhi, giving me time.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
very
sir.
much, sir, for your resourceful speech, and you have given broad theme of the title we have decided for this one-day international webinar. I mean, you have covered the entire aspect of this particular, theme which we expected from you, and we are really happy to listen to you through your discussions, through all the insight you pour into your presentation. So, while you were talking about in the initial part of your speech, you were talking about the Majjhima Patipada. So, how do you, how do you relate this Majjhima Patipada with the later developed Shunyavada?
Sunyavad, it was propounded by Acharya Nagarjuna in the Madhyamakarika. So here Acharya Nagarjuna in Mula Madhyamakarika or in Madhyamik thought, he says that all things are void, whether it is mental or non-mental, you can say the material things, they all are void. Everything is dependent on some cause and conditions. And Nagarjuna says that all things are dependent on some cause and conditions. And it says that all things are causal and all things are dependent on the hetu pratyay, alaman pratyay, adhipati pratyay, and samanantar pratyay. So these are these eightfold path are nothing but they are the void, and they are related with the, you can say, things which is related with in the eightfold, in the Madhyamik thought. So sometimes this eightfold path, they are also correlated with the this Madhyamik thought in a different manner also. So it is very difficult to correlate all these Theravada traditions, that how Eightfold Path is called as Sunyavad, or that is the Sunya. But in Sanjukta Nikaya also there is a Sutta in Buddha also says that all things are Sunya, and in Sutta Nipat also there is a concept of this Sunya. So some of the scholars are of the opinion that this Sunya has been taken in that way. So whatever the Buddha says also in Alagadupomo Sutta, Buddha says that whatever the things, if you find, if they are related with the Eightfold Path, then you think that this is called as teachings of the Buddha. In Mahaparinibbana Sutta also, Buddha was approached by some of the monks that after your departure, you will not have any, you can say, teacher. Then Buddha says that Dham and Vinay will be your teachers. And then you have to find out the things which are allied, or you can say which are related with the Eightfold Path in that way. So Acharya Nagarjuna has related the Sunyata theory with the Eightfold Path in that way.
Okay. Sir, while you were discussing on Kusala Kamma and Akusala Kamma, you mentioned that Akusala Kamma somehow creates a conflict in community or sometimes in family. So in that case, how do you, how do you, relate this particular theory of Noble Eightfold Path in overcoming the conflict situation in community and in family itself?
Okay, thank you. So as we know that there are 89 types of consciousness, that is the Chitta, and there are 12 types of Akusala Chitta. There are 8 types of Lobhamulaka, 2 types of Dosamulaka, and 2 types of Mohmulaka. These 12 types of Chittas or the consciousness are related with the 14 kinds of Akusal Chetasikas also. That Akusal Chetasikas which are arising and switching with our 12 types of Akusala Chitta. So these Akusala Chittas are like Man, Ditti, Ahankar, Kodha, Upnaha. So there are 14 types of Akusala Chittas also. So these are called as emotions also. Nowadays, Dalai Lama and other scholars, that our mental factors are the emotions. So Akusal Chetasikas, which are 14 in number, they are akusal, that is the wrong emotions. So whenever the wrong emotions are arising in our mind, they must be uprooted by our good Chetasikas also, that is the Sobhan Chetasika. There are 25 types of Sobhan Chetasikas also, and they are called as beautiful or good emotions. So through good emotions, we can overcome on the, you can say, 14 types of Akusala Chetasikas like Man, Ahankar, Kodha, Upnaha. And among the 25 types of Kusala Chetasikas, we find also that is the our eightfold path also, and Karuna is also there. And Karuna, if you find that is there are 3 types of Viratis also. So the Samma Vacha, Samma Kamanto, Samma Ajivo. So these 3 are 3 Viratis are also there in that way, our Sobhana Chetasikas. So through Sobhana Chetasikas, we can remove our this Akusala Chetasikas. If you see in Avihinsa, that is the Samma Sankappo, that is the Nevkam Sankappo, Abhyapad Sankappo, and Avihinsa Sankappo. Here, Avihinsa Sankappo is nothing but it is another name of Karuna, which is called as one of the 25 types of Kusal Chetasikas or mental factor or psychic factor. So, through this Karuna, we can remove our that is the akusal chitta. So here akusal kamma, they are the 3 types of physical actions, 4 types of vocal actions, and 3 types of mental actions. So through even Buddha also says that Chaitana Bhikkave Kammam Vadami Chetitva Kai Kammam Vachi Kammam Mano Kammam. So here Chetana is the main psychic factors through which we do all our moral or immoral actions, and whether it is physical actions or vocal actions or mental actions. So through eightfold path, through the 8 kinds of right path, we can remove the akusal actions also. Thank you, Sudesh. Thank you, Sudesh. Next.
Sir, Neeraj has a question for you. Neeraj
Yes, yes.
has a question.
Sir, one question from my colleague. That,
Yes.
how can we enhance our mindfulness in a pandemic situation?
How can
we enhance our mindfulness in a present pandemic situation?
So mindfulness, as I have already discussed that here Samma Sati, that here Sati is ekaino evam maggo sattanam visuddhiya nibbanas sasikriya jadidam chattaro sati patthana kayanupassana, vedananupasana, chittanupassana, and dhammanupassana. Here kayanupassana, that is the being anupassana, is being aware that if a person is being alert or aware of all the 32 types of body and the activities done by our actions, that how we have to behave properly through the legs, through the hands, through the eye, through the mouth, and through our 5 senses. So being aware of these kayanupassana. So in this pandemic situation, now there is a concept of physical distancing, that a person is supposed to keep distance from one another. So in that way, kayanupassana also significant in that manner, that whenever we are in the outside the house, we must be very much careful or aware that there must be physical distancing among the persons, and whenever we speak something, we must put a mask, or you can say the thing outside our mouth, so that there must be not infection through the mouth or through the nose, in that way also. So being aware of all the activities of our body or our senses, this is called as kayanupassana. So in the same way, Vedana, that how one must be aware of all the 5 types of feeling, that is the mental pleasant feeling, physical pleasant feeling, then mental unpleasant feeling, and then physical unpleasant feeling, and then indifferent feeling, upekha. So how a person is very much aware of all these 5 types of feeling is also called. So in the present pandemic time also, one must be very much aware of respecting the feeling of the others, how we have to behave properly, so that the feelings of or sentiments of the other persons should not hurt. So in that way, this is called as Vedananupasana. And regarding the Chittanupassana, that how one must be aware of all the 89, or you can say 12 types of Kusala Chitta, 21 types of Kusala Chitta, 36 types of Vipaka Chitta, and 20 types of Kriya Chitta. Being aware of all these types of consciousness is called as Chittanupassana. So here, Chitta Kriya, that is the actions done by our actions. So all the actions are being guided by our consciousness. So in that way, we have to be very much aware or being careful. And in that way, our this Chittanupassana is also relevant in present time also. And the lastly, our Dhammanupassana, that how the Dhammanupassana, that being aware of all the teachings of the Buddha, Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, Law of Dependent Originations, and other, we can bring the universal brotherhood or peace in the society. So in that way, this right mindfulness or Sammasati is relevant in present time also.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
हाँ सर, एक प्रश्न है जो मोहन वानखेड़े सर, डॉक्टर मोहन वानखेड़े सर ने पूछा है। उनका कहना है कि तथागत बुद्ध को आलार कलाम और उद्धत रामपुत्र का निधन हुआ, यह अंतर ध्यान से देखा उन्होंने, ऐसा उल्लेख साहित्य में मिलता है। तो यह अंतर ध्यान क्या है, कृपया हम जानना चाहते हैं।
ये 6 प्रकार के अभिज्ञा कहे जाते हैं, इंट्यूटिव नॉलेज जिसको कहते हैं हम लोग, जिसमें हम लोग दिव्य चक्षु, जिसको दिव्य चक्षु कहते हैं, दिव्य चक्षु, परचित बीजाननम, एंड आसव खयान, दिव्य सोत. So like दिव्य चक्षु, दिव्य सोत, परचित बीजानन, आसव खयान, there are 6 types of abhigya, that is the, you can say, intuitive knowledge. So there are, through this intuitive knowledge, Buddha was able to know that his teacher, Alar Kalam and Uddaka Ramaputta, they have expired or they have passed away. So when Buddha got enlightenment, he decided to preach. Then he thought, first of all, his 2 teachers from whom he had learnt about the Rupa Jhan and Arupa Jhan. And after that, how this Dev Sanya, Na Sanya, Aitan, so this was known by our Buddha himself, by his own effort also. So then through this abhigya, or you can say idhvidyan, so that was called as idhvidyan, that is the knowledge of the miraculous power. Through this miraculous power, there are 6 types of abhigya, that is the Dibba Sota, Dibba Chakshu, Parachit Bijananan, and Idhvidyan and Asav Khayan. So through Idhvidyan, miraculous power, Buddha was able to know that his previous teachers, Alar Kalam and Uddaka Ramputta, have already passed away. Thank you. Any more question, Suresh sir?
Dr. Rajendra Kumar Verma wants some clarification on the concept of rebirth in relation to Buddhism.
Buddhism does not believe in rebirth, or you can say, as we know that Buddhism does not believe in the no soul, tabbe dhamma anatta, whenever we say that here there is no concept of soul. In the Milinda Pahyo also, whenever a question is being asked by King Milinda, that who takes birth, or you can say before that he has discussed that न हित पुग्गलो पुलवती संख्या समैया पयति बुहारो नाममत्तम जदिदम नाग सेनो सूर सेनो वीर सेनो सिंह सेनो. That there is no permanent entity in the personality of a being. There is in Hinduism we say that there is a permanent entity or there is a creator who there is a almighty God who has created this world. But Buddhism does not believe in that concept, and it says that everything is dependent on some cause and conditions. And in the personality of a being, there is no permanent essence also. And it is said that a man is a composition of mind and matter, Nam and Rupa. And in another way, it is said that a man is a composition of Panchakhanda, Rupa Khanda, Vedana Khanda, Sanya Khanda, Sankhar Khanda, Beyond Khanda. So there are 5 types of aggregates through which a personality is being made. Again, there is a question that ko-patisandhati, who takes birth. Then Buddha says that namam rupam cha ko-patisandhati, that this nam rupa, that nam is the chitta chetsika dhammanam ti namam. So here nam is the composition of the consciousness and the psychic factors. That is the chitta and chetasika. That is the 89 types of chitta and rupa khanda, vedana khanda, sanya khanda, and sankhar khanda. So nam is only, that is the beyond 89 types of consciousness, and vedana, sanya, and sankhar, they are forming the concept of nam. And Rup is called as Chattaro cha Mahabhuta Chatunnam cha Mahabhutanam Upadai Idam Bucchati Sabbam Rupam. So there are 4 types of basic material qualities, Pathvi, Apo, Tejo, and Bio. And based upon these 4 basic material qualities, there are 24 types of Upadha Rupa, that is the generated material qualities. So a man is made up of Nam and Rupa. So this Nam and Rupa takes birth. Again, there is a question that the same person who takes birth or not. Then imina Nam Rupena Kusalam Akusalam Kammam Karoti. Imina Nam Rupena Kusal Akusal Bipakena Ayam Namam Rupam Cha Patisandati. That based upon the resultant of the moral and immoral actions, there is a birth of the another Nam and Rupa. So this Nam Rupa, again it is said that it is not different of the previous one and not the same. That it is not the same one and not the different one from the previous one. So this Nam Rupa takes birth here. So here in the concept of Buddhism, whatever there is a concept of reincarnation, here there is a concept of the rebirth, and here the Nam Rupa, which forms the personality of a being, takes the birth. Thank you, Sudesh.
Thank you very much.
Any question?
There are some questions, but still we are running short of time. We already have delayed in our session. And
so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Carry on. Yes.
So it was wonderful interacting with you on this wonderful media. And thank you very much for participating in this discussion with the questions from participants.
Thank you.
Dear friends, now we'll move on to another resource person. In the 3rd session, we have with us the Buddhist scholar and scholar of Pali, Sanskrit and Buddhism, Dr. Mahesh Devkar, Professor and Head Department of Pali, Department of Buddhist Studies, and Dr. Ambedkar Thought of Savitribai Phule, Pune University. He was visiting faculty in Kanjanwa University, Japan, from 1999 till 2000. He was also visiting faculty in American Institute of Indian Studies, Pune, from 2004 till 2000. From May 2004 till August 2004. He was also visiting faculty in KJ Somaiya Center for Buddhist Studies, Mumbai, from 2004 till 2005. He was also visiting faculty in Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, and Department of Pali, University of Mumbai, from 2006 onwards. And he authored numerous books which are highly referred in academics, more resourceful research papers published in various national and international journals. He guided 5 MPhil and 7 PhD scholars so far. He has been invited to deliver his talks in various conferences and seminars all over the country, and he has been also invited in abroad university. He is conferred upon many prestigious awards. I'm just taking few only of them. Dr. Ambedkar Jeevan Gaurav Award, then Bahujan Bhushan Award, Pilu Khambata Award. He was also conferred upon Best Teacher Award by National Association for Blinds, Nashik Unit Nashik, and Samaj Bhushan Award by Kavya Mitra Sanstha Pune. With this brief introduction, I now invite our guest and speaker in this third session, Dr. Mahesh Devkar sir, to deliver his address. Over to Devkar sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. You're very much audible.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. First of all, I would like to pay my homage to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, the 3 jewels of Buddhism and 3 jewels of humanity. I also pay my respect to the chairperson of this particular session, Professor Chandekar, the Vice Chancellor of the university. I also pay my homage and respect to Balchandra Khandekar ji, all other distinguished speakers, the conveners of the conference of this webinar, Krishna Kamle ji and Neeraj Bodhi ji, and of course the coordinator, Dr. Sudesh ji. So my greetings to all of you on this occasion of Dhammacakkappavattana and this Ashad Purnima, which is the day when we revisit many of the teachings of the Buddha. We revisit the Buddha and try to seek advice from the Buddha, from his teaching. But the Buddha is no more, but as Bimilenji was saying, we have his Dhamma and Vinaya with us, which is guiding us even in this period of Corona pandemic. There are several other issues which are bothering us at this point. And whenever we have issues, whenever we have problems, the one source which all of us have, which we can revisit again and again, is the Buddha Dhamma. So this webinar has this very pertinent topic where we are examining the Eightfold Path and its relevance in the present time. The 2 earlier speakers, and also before that, Professor Khandekar and our Honorable Minister, Dr. Raut, they have also mentioned few things. They have mentioned few points regarding the relevance of the Eightfold Path. Dr. Strout has wonderfully dealt with the issue of Eightfold Path and democracy, the challenges, and whether Eightfold Path can be a solution to these challenges which we are facing, not in India, but also a world over, basically. And then Professor Vimalendra Kumar, as usual, he has given a wonderful exposition of the Eightfold Path, quite in detail, with material drawn from the Pali Canon and the commentaries and so on. So I mean, they have already laid the foundation for me to talk. So I'm thankful to all these earlier speakers for making the job easy. When I was kind of asked to speak on this topic, and I was thinking what to talk about and what to say, I was just looking at what is happening about this the doctrine. As Dr. Vimalendra Kumar has already mentioned, that after the Buddha's passing away, he just left his Dhamma and Vinaya with us, and he said they will be the guide. And we are visiting the Dhamma and Vinaya often to get some guidance. Throughout the history of Buddhism, various scholars, practitioners have visited Buddhism to get some inspiration from it, to address the issues concerning their personal, you can say personal upliftment, personal liberation, or even the questions regarding the liberation of the entire community, of the society. Now, since we are talking about the relevance of the Buddha Dhamma, especially the Eightfold Path in the modern days, we should also see how this particular doctrine was seen in the modern times. Dr. Strout has already talked about Baba Sahib and his understanding of the issue of Eightfold Path. Besides Baba Sahib, before him, there were two important figures. He also referred, in fact, to P.L. Narsu's contribution in this regard. I mean, he has a whole chapter on Eightfold Path in his Essence of Buddhism, the book which he wrote in 1907. And then one important figure from my perspective is also Acharya Dharmananda Kosambi, who in his Bhagwan Buddha has also talked about the Eightfold Path and how he looked at this doctrine as a solution to our modern problems. Now, if you look at the time frame of these thinkers, I mean, P.L. Narsu, Dharmananda Kosambi, and Baba Sahib. So this roughly you can say that this is the first half of the 20th century. And these, Narsu is of course at the beginning of the 20th century, Kosambi more or less in the middle, and then Dr. Ambedkar in the end of this, the first half of the 20th century, and then it also goes over on 19 to 1956, which marks the beginning of the second half of the 20th century. Now, these three thinkers, I mean, the particular feature of their discourse or their understanding of this doctrine of Eightfold Noble Path is that they are not simply concerned with the individual good or individual liberation, but all the three thinkers were primarily concerned with the social good, the social issues, and they were thinking about the society at large, which was facing problems according to them, and which had issues. Now, this is very important, as Baba Sahib has said, and before that, even Kosambi and Narsu has said, that the important feature of the Eightfold Path is the Sammaditthi, the right view. Right? Now, this right view is an important aspect of the Eightfold Path. And you will see the importance of this factor from the amount of energy and time and space these authors have spent on the discussion about right view. So if you look at, let's say, Narsu, and he says that this is very important. Actually, Dr. Strout has also mentioned about this in his talk. He said that for Narsu, he said that it is important because a person is driven, all actions and thoughts and speech of a person is driven by his beliefs. So it is important that to understand what you believe. I mean, and it is, so that's a starting point, because your beliefs drive all your actions, the way you react to the people around you, the way you act in society. So this is an important aspect for Narsu, and so he dwells upon that. And when Narsu is dealing with this issue of Sammaditthi, the right view, he points out that the beliefs, I mean, everyone has some beliefs, and sometimes these beliefs are kind of driven by authority, and you follow these beliefs, and then you really stick to them and you adhere to them. You don't want to live those beliefs. That's one thing. But then there are second type where people kind of follow some beliefs. They are looking for some different beliefs. If they are not happy with one kind of belief, they look for another kind of belief. But what is important for Narsu is that these beliefs should be examined and scrutinized with the help of reason and science. So he kind of emphasizes this point about the importance of rationality and scientific attitude in examining one's view. And he says, once we do this, once we apply reason and scientific attitude, then we cannot have beliefs which are superstitious, which are kind of dogmatic, or which are which are based on some kind of dogma which has no other basis than scripture or things like this, or hearsay. Now, this is exactly is also reflected in Baba Saheb's interpretation of right view. So Baba Saheb says that when you have a right view, you cannot, I mean, the necessary condition of having right view is to give up superstitions, to be able to overcome you can say the hegemony or the grip of shastras. You have to challenge them. So what Narsu is proposing is this rational belief. So belief which is critically evaluated by reason. And the same thing, if you later on, if you see Baba Saheb's writing in Buddha and Dhamma, when he talks about right view, he says right view is, first thing, as he says, it's giving up all the superstitions and so on. Second thing, he says this is a factor which overcomes ignorance. And when you say ignorance, that means not being aware of the not recognizing suffering and not knowing the path which relieves you from the suffering. So not knowing that's avidya, and that he kind of says is an important fact, important aspect of the noble truth. I mean, so this right view, because unless you recognize that there is suffering, and unless you recognize that there is a way out of suffering, you cannot have a right motivation. So Baba Saheb links this issue with the issue of motivation. Unless you have a right belief, unless you have a right view, you cannot have a motivation to come out of it. And Baba Saheb explains this, you all know, with the example of this man in prison. Now, it is important to see here that Narsu's interpretation, and Narsu say that a person arrives at this kind of belief through reasoning, through rational thinking. And once it arrives at this kind of view by rational thinking, it becomes a natural view. It is no more a view which is direct, which is kind of governed by some person or a text or scripture. So it becomes a natural view, and then all the following steps of the Eightfold Path become so natural, because Narsu says that once you have a right view, which is a rational view, and when you understand the dukkha and you understand how the dukkha arises and what is the way out of it, then there is no chance that one could have wrong aspirations, or one would act or speak wrongly, or one would adopt or follow wrong livelihood. So this is the precursor, this is the precondition. This is what exactly Baba Saheb is also saying in the Buddha and the Dhamma, when he says that when you have the right view, the natural outcome is that you get away from the superstitions, and you really make dukkha and a way out of dukkha as the basis of your entire quest. Now, for Baba Saheb, there's one more aspect of this right view, and that is that right view, it involves free mind and free thinking. And this is very important. This is exactly what actually also Dr. Strout was also referring to this morning, when he says that in order to kind of overcome the partisan attitude, one should have this free thinking and free mind. Because a person who is kind of under the clutches of particular views based on some kind of concepts, I mean, then it's very difficult to walk on the Eightfold Path. So the very primary condition for walking on this path is to have that free mind. Now, when I say free mind, we have to please, I mean, keep this in mind, that what in Buddhism is mentioned as view, ditti, simply. We use this term in the context of wrong view, miccha ditti, and that the most important aspect of that, the definition is that idameva satyam mogamayam. This alone is true, the rest is false. So this kind of attitude when people have, then their beliefs become dogmatic, right? Then these are no more a free mind. This is no more of free thinking. So one has to kind of have that openness, which Buddha has always kind of proposed and always asked his disciples to examine whatever he has said, to examine the person who is saying it. So we have this in this very famous stanza where the Buddha says that just as a goldsmith accepts the gold only after examining it, similarly you should accept my words not out of faith or out of respect for me. In the Vimansaka Sutta, in the Majjhima Nikaya, the Buddha says the same thing. You should accept a teacher, accept his teaching only after proper examination, only after proper scrutiny. And this is a mark of free mind or free thinking. So right view, when we say right view, so actually now in the traditional scripture we see there is a list of right views, right? What is right view? Just now Professor Vimalendra Kumar has mentioned that list, that knowing the Four Noble Truths, having the knowledge about Eightfold Path, and so on and so forth. So there's the list, but actually what we see here in the discourse of Narsu and Baba Saheb is that what they are proposing is that the right view is basically a free mind, a free view, right? So that means we have not given any particular view as a right view, but we have to kind of, as a person, as a human being, a rational human being, we are free to decide what is right. And then both of them arrive at the same conclusion. That is, the right starting point for walking on the path is the recognition of suffering and the recognition of the fact that the suffering can be removed by Eightfold Path. So this was also mentioned by Professor Vimalendra Kumar in his talk. Now, this is also where you see the Kosambi comes in. Kosambi, when he was writing his Bhagwan Buddha, actually during the 40s, this is the period when Marxism was an important ideological force. And at the same time, in the world over, we see that there were political hegemonies, nationalism was on the rise. And when he when people kind of, people don't recognize that there is a suffering, and the suffering is caused not by a personal craving alone, but it is caused by social craving. It's a craving by the society. When society becomes becomes an instrument of suffering, then one has to kind of find out the way out of this suffering, and then the medium or the path which can achieve that is a Noble Eightfold Path. So Kosambi, in the wake of this nationalist ideas in Europe, which ultimately culminated in the Second World War, and he has also, of course, experienced the First World War. So he has seen that nationalism is, he says, is like an opium for humanity. Marx said that the religion is the opium of humanity, but Kosambi said the nationalism is the opium for the society, because with this nationalist fervor, people forget about humanity, and people don't have right view. They are not sensitive towards the issues, human issues, human suffering, human problems. And then this is a kind of a group craving, you can say, in the nationalist. When one nation tries to kind of harass another nation, it's a group trishna. We can say it's a community trishna. Earlier we also had this talk about the caste hegemony. Now this is also a group trishna. It's a trishna of a samuha, of an entire community, which is causing suffering, right? So we have to see suffering at the larger level. Now this is what, again, you can see all the three leaders, thinkers which I mentioned, I mean, Narsu, Kosambi, and Babasaheb, they were talking about. So we don't have to simply restrict ourselves to personal concept of suffering, but we also have to think about the communal suffering. We have to also see the national suffering. So there are wider dimensions, and the cause is Trishna, but as the dimension changes, the Trishna, the dimension of Trishna also changes. And still, I mean, though the Buddha, when he started his way, they say that we have in this path a solution, not just for personal Trishna, but also for this communal Trishna or national Trishna. And therefore, this is very important in the modern times, I feel. This whole teaching of Eightfold Path is more relevant. Actually, when three of them, they talk about the Eightfold Path, as I already mentioned, there are a few topics which are highlighted. So Kosambi, in his presentation of the Eightfold Path, he interprets the first 5 aspects or first 5 factors of that Eightfold Path from a social point of view. So as I already mentioned about the drishti, he says if people don't recognize the suffering, and then the suffering is caused by craving of the group, then people will continue to harass each other, and the communal trouble will continue. Similarly, he says if aspiration, the sankalpa, if people don't have right aspirations, and if they only aspire for power and money, then they will make the life of others miserable. When people don't have right speech, they use speech which is not based on truth, which is not based on love and harmony, then this causes strife. And this causes strife in the communities. This can also cause strife among nations. Now, this is also something which they have said in the first half of the 20th century. But now we are in the 21st century, and we see that all these issues are very much there. That's what we see. I mean, what is happening at the level of Corona issue. We see how media is reacting, and this is also kind of a, we see lots of micha vacha going around. At the level of this kind of disease, the information about the disease, or some of the other national issues which are concerned, the international issues, we see that everywhere media is kind of is very irresponsibly kind of using micha vacha, and instead of creating harmony, it is rather creating differences among the people, among societies, among religions, and among nations. So what Kosambi has said at that time, it is very much relevant even now. Now, then same thing about the right actions and right livelihood. So he says that if you don't have right actions, and if we don't follow right means of livelihood, this is also causing harm to society. Now, this is also something which is echoed by Babasaheb when he also talked about these issues. Now, Babasaheb added a few more aspects to it, of course. When he says that when we are talking about right speech and right action, the norm, there should be a norm which should govern it. And the norm is, again, coming from within. This comes from our concern for humanity, our concern for people suffering. So he said, if we have this, that if we are not using our speech based on some authority or what we like, or some other forces, and our speech and actions, if they are guided by that right view, where we are really concerned with the suffering of people, then whatever we do would be right action and right speech. So now this is very fundamental. Now about this whole issue of right effort, it's important to look at what Narsu is saying. Now Narsu says it is good to have right view. I mean, it is a precursor, as we already said. It is also good to have good wishes, right, motivations. But if you are not putting efforts to bring it into reality, then all this is futile. So he, I mean, among three of them, I think Narsu very categorically, he emphasizes the importance of right effort. He say if we just allow this right view and right motivations, if we just allow them to die out in our mind, and if we don't do anything outwardly, if it is not backed up by any action plan, then this is not going to help. So right effort is very important, because when you see that these are ideals, these are the these are the parameters of our life, and we need to kind of have them, then we should make efforts to cultivate them and to perfect them. Because as he rightly says that we cannot be just Buddhist just by knowing the Buddha Dhamma quite well, or having a good understanding of it. It is only meaningful when we practice it. So he puts so much emphasis on this practice part under the category of right effort. So we need to make effort. We need to be heroic in this case. We need to be making real effort in changing our minds, in changing our attitudes, in changing our actions, in changing our habits. Because right view, what it does is it changes your habits, right? So this is very important aspect which P.L. Narsu highlights. Now, when Baba Saheb and Narsu talk about the mindfulness aspect, mindfulness is not just being mindful, but also being thoughtful, having right thoughts. I mean, this is a different interpretation which Narsu has about the right mindfulness, Samma Sati. So he says Samma Sati, Samma Smriti is having right thoughts. Now, Baba Saheb also kind of echoes this. Baba Saheb said that Samma Sati is being mindful and being thoughtful of all the evil thoughts, evil actions which we may perform. So one has to always keep a watch on himself. And as a community, we also have to keep a watch on our community, in which direction it is going. See, when Baba Saheb gave us the constitution, and in the preamble of constitution, when he says that, you know, it is our responsibility. So it is our responsibility to safeguard the rights which we have given to ourselves. So this constitution which we have given to ourselves, it is our responsibility to protect it and to ensure that everybody gets liberty, equality, and equal rights. So it is our responsibility as a community, and for that we need to be watchful, we need to be mindful. So we cannot just leave it like this at the mercy of people who are kind of handling it. So we as a community must be watchful and thoughtful. So at a personal level, we have to, of course, watchful about our own mind, and what wrong or bad thoughts are coming in our mind, and what are our good and bad actions. But at the same way, as a community, we should be watchful about what we are doing as a community. So this is also very important, because most of the issue, like we see, okay, we can do certain things at a personal level, but at a community level, we find ourselves helpless. Now, this is something which needs to be changed, because then our social life is actually at the mercy of our leaders, politicians. Yeah, I mean, we don't have any control on this, or this community leaders. So we as a community should develop that kind of mindfulness, thoughtfulness in our behavior, so that we as a community we should guide our thinking and behavior. Now, about the samadhi, of course, Baba Saheb has a different take on this whole idea of Samma Samadhi, and he has very rightly said that samadhi, as you know, in Pali too, we say samadhi is not just concentration, but it is actually the word which I prefer to use is integration, because samadhi is bringing together what? Bringing together all the kushala dharmas, bringing together all the good qualities. So it is kusalanam dhammanam ekaggata. So bringing the kushala dharmas together. So basically this is the integration of our positive energies, our positive attitudes. And this is exactly what, when Baba Sahib talks about Samma Samadhi as a factor of Eightfold Path, he says that we should develop these habits of thinking about good. And so this habit can be developed through Samadhi. And it should be a contemplative Samadhi. This is a very watchful, contemplative Samadhi, which is backed, of course, by the mindfulness, by Smriti. And such Samadhi, which kind of helps us to cultivate good habits, then can be helpful. Now, at this point, this is one important thing to which I would like to draw your attention, is that though Narsu and Kosambi talked about right livelihood, this Eightfold Path, but Baba Sahib, I think, felt that this is not enough. I mean, this is something which need to be backed up. And therefore, when Baba Sahib wrote his Buddha and Dhamma, when he wrote that particular section, I think I saw very few people talking about that. But when he talks about the first sermon, you see that he brings in three important teachings of the Buddha. He brings in the aspect of purity, which is a fivefold Shila, the Panchashila. Then he brings in the aspect of righteousness, which is the Eightfold Path. And he also brings in the aspect of virtue, that is basically the Paramitas. Now, for Baba Sahib, if Eightfold Path has to work, and if it is, it has a certain kind of specific role according to Baba Sahib. So Baba Sahib says that Panchashila is important for personal purity, because it gives you the strength to actually to overcome or to face the challenge of all the evil thoughts, evil actions which we may face personally, at a personal level. Now, this personal purity, unless we have the personal purity, we cannot do any good to ourselves or to the society. Now, this aspect is very important. Many people, I mean, when we talk about Baba Sahib and Buddhism, we often forget this aspect that Baba Sahib has placed much emphasis on personal purity and personal and as a basis for social good or even personal good. Unless we have personal purity, and the personal purity, it gets the strength from the practice of Panchashila, we cannot do any good in the society. So those who just want to do good for society, want to correct the society, and if they don't have the personal purity, they don't have the personal integrity, it is not going to help. Now, this is Baba Sahib's word, and we should really take it very seriously. So Baba Sahib said, just Eightfold Path will not work. It should be backed up by the Panchashila, the practice of Panchashila. And in fact, what we do in the Panchashila, most of the things are also there in the Eightfold Path, right? So, I mean, when we say right action, it actually covers the first three Shilas. When we say right speech, it covers the fourth Shila, right? And when we say right mindfulness, it also covers the fifth Shila, right? So where we talk about not indulging into intoxicants, because then we cannot be watchful and we cannot be mindful if we do that. So actually, these are there. They are the part of the Eightfold Path. But still, Baba Sahib likes to mention it as a separate, as a separate set, because he says without that personal purity, which provides you a parameter for a standard, as he says, of a good life, we cannot proceed on the path of Eightfold Path. And because an Eightfold Path, he looks at Eightfold Path more in terms of our relation with the society or the people around us. So in the Panchashila, where we talk about all this right action, right speech, and right mindfulness, basically we are talking about them more from personal or individual point of view. Whereas when we talk about Eightfold Path, when we talk about the same things in the scheme of Eightfold Path, we are actually talking about its social dimension. So then we are talking about a relationship between myself and the society. So as Baba Sahib says that this Eightfold Path is necessary, and if it is there, then we can avoid injustice and inhumanity. So the Eightfold Path is a solution for the injustice and inhumanity which we have in the society. And this injustice and inhumanity is caused when we don't have personal purity, and we care for personal purity, but we don't really care for others. That kind of insensitivity is causing this this injustice and inhumanity. So Baba Sahib looks at the Eightfold Path as a remedy for this kind of injustice and inhumanity, which results from our relation to the society, and this is very important. Now, the third important aspect which Baba Sahib also brings in here, I mean, in the traditional discourse, right now, Professor Vimendra Kumar was mentioning about the first sermon and the teaching of the Buddha. Now, there we have the right Eightfold Path, but we don't have a discussion about the Panchashila, or we don't have a discussion about the Paramitas in that particular discourse. But Baba Sahib wants to bring this together, together in this particular aspect. Now, see, we have right view, we have all this eight aspects of the Eightfold Path. But what Narsu was saying, that if you don't put it into practice, then we are not putting anything into action. Now, see, in the Corona situation, for example, we have seen that there was people around us. Now, it just came to our house. It was around our. It was around us, our neighborhood. We were not sensitive to people around us. We didn't really care for their problems. Yeah. So those, even doctors, nurses, we have seen that we have been so insensitive. Now, this is because we lack those paramitas. We lack those virtues. And now this actually highlights the importance of Baba Sahib's reworking, I would say, of the first sermon. The traditional first sermon, as I already mentioned, did not have the mention of Panchashila or the paramitas in it. It only mentioned about the Eightfold Path. But I think Baba Sahib makes this scheme complete, because unless you have these virtues, unless you have dana, unless you practice Shila, unless you have Karuna, Maitri for others, you cannot work as a society. Now, this is what we have seen in the Corona situation. Yeah, there are very few people who had compassion, sympathy for people who are dying. But how many of us really worked hard to kind of help people? I mean, of course, there are people who did this. Now, in this particular context, I remember Savitribai Phule and her son. I mean, both of them basically died serving people in the plague pandemic in the early 19th century. Now, the question is that if we lack virtue, then even though we have an Eightfold Path, it will not be put into action, because virtues, this paramita practice, it actually puts the Eightfold Path into practice. Right, the right action. It is not just not doing all the bad things, but it is doing dana. Right, it is helping people around us. So all these kind of aspects of Eightfold Path, they are backed up by the virtues. They should be backed up by virtues. If they are not backed up by virtues, then Buddhism is incomplete. So I think this is very important aspect which Baba Sahib has added on, and I think we should really pay attention to this thoroughly. So in my view, this is a very important aspect of Buddha and his Dhamma, which is often missed out in people's discourse, that we should talk together about the practice of Shila, the practice of Eightfold Path, and the practice of Paramita. Often we find that in the Theravada tradition, we are not paying much attention to the Paramitas, considering that this is something Mahayana. And in the Mahayana literature, in the Mahayanist people, they don't really think more deeply about Eightfold Path or even Four Noble Truths. They talk more about Shunyata, Pratiti Samutpada, but the Shila and the Eightfold Path, this kind of aspects are often not so much emphasized. But I think Baba Sahib has really done has found out a Madhyam Marga here. So this is a Madhyam Marga between the Paramita practice and the practice of Theravada. And this is a wonderful, I would say, harmonization which is done by Baba Sahib when he brought the Buddha Dharma in forefront. And I think this is very important in the modern days. Now, let it be the Corona issue or any other humanitarian issues around us, we have to be sensitive. We have to recognize the suffering. We have to see that can be solved with the Eightfold Path. But the Eightfold Path will work only if it is backed up by, as I said, our personal purity on one hand, and on the other hand, it should be backed up by the practice of virtues. Because practice of virtues is something which actually translates it into action. It's an action plan. And as Baba Sahib said, this practice of virtues is important for social good. Without the practice of virtues, the society cannot be good. I mean, so this is a complete program which is there. And I think as it was relevant in the middle of the 20th century when Baba Saheb proposed it, it is more relevant now. It is more relevant now in the present day. At the personal level, if you just look at it, our neighborhood, it is important. It's at the communal level, the society level, the state level, national level, international level. Everywhere it is important. Everywhere it is important. And this is something, so we should today, as we are thankful to the Buddha for his teaching, which is a kind of, he has given all these teachings at different places, at different points, but we should thank wholeheartedly on this day of Dhammacakka Pavatana to Baba Saheb for integrating all this and actually making it more sensible and more practical in the present day. So I think with this, I'll stop here for my presentation. And then if there are any questions or anything which comes up in the discussion, then we can take it up. But my last urge and request to all of you, that we are talking about Buddhism, we are talking about Eightfold Path. We all say that it's relevant, but now we should actually act to make it relevant. Because we are saying that it's relevant, it's fine. It is, everybody knows there cannot be any disagreement on this. But now what is required is our action. We should back it up with paramita, with the practice of paramitas, and it should be backed up with the practice of our Shila for our personal purity. Because unless we have that purity, unless we have that personal integrity, our whatever we do is not going to be effective. So in order to have our actions and speech effective, it should be backed up by integrity. So that's my final comment on this at this juncture. So let's put the practice of Eightfold Path together with the practice of Shila and Paramitas, and then alone it will be most relevant in the present day. So I thank once again Dr. Balachandra Khandekar and Dr. Neeraj Bodhi for giving me this opportunity to talk to you on this important day. It's a special day for all of us, but let's make it special, more special through our actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Devkar sir, for your insights into the subject. You really got this particular theme of our webinar on a very serious level of discussion, which we really expected to happen on such a auspicious day for all Buddhists. We have a few questions to discuss. I would initiate with one question. It was regarding your observation on Michha Vacha, and you have reflected upon the role of media.
Yes.
So, I mean, while you have seen that, I mean, you commented upon it, upon that the present day media behaves irresponsibly in different situations. So, do you think that, I mean, these professionals are undergoing training at professional courses? So, do they lack in that, or is it something different? This is one. And second part of my question is, I mean, these courses must have, I mean, imbibed with some value-based teaching and or curriculum or moral course-based, I mean, curriculum must be built for the, I mean, journalist courses. What do you think about it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I mean, when I talk about Michha Vacha, as I said, as Scout was already mentioning in the morning about how it is kind of affecting the personal discourses, the personal dialogue, dialogue between two people, dialogue between two communities, and also two nations. We have seen that happening, I mean, throughout the world. And it really highlights the importance of Samma Vacha. Whenever we speak, I mean, our intentions, we are not really taking care of our motivations. And that is very important. For that, you need to be watchful and mindful, as Baba Saheb has said. So we need to be watchful and mindful about this. I think the people working in media, I mean, they are only, I mean, what is important now? See, everything is driven by our aspirations, the Samma Sankappa, as we were talking about. Now, the aspiration of the media is only to catch more TRP, right? To get more people, kind of exciting people, so that their sale increases. So everything is kind of driven by our craving, our lust for power and lust for money. That's what basically also Kosambi was saying, right? I mean, remember I mentioned about Kosambi. He said that if our aspirations are driven by our lust for power and money, then the rest cannot stand. And this is exactly what media houses are doing. And media houses are, this is a well-known fact, they are controlled by political powers, by economic powers, and they are just giving you what they want you to see or want you to know, right? So, I mean, there is no sense of that right view there. So actually, this is a point which I was coming at, in fact, but I was not aware how much time I had, because what we are talking about Eightfold Path, but we should talk about Eightfold Path at the larger level, at the community level, at the level of governance, let's say. Now, see, when government is operating, don't you think that the government should have right view? Don't you think that the government should have right Samma Sankalpa and Samma Vacha, Samma Kammanta? I mean, it is not just personal, but I mean, as a community, as a government, also we should have this. As a government, we need this, because unless we have this, we cannot progress as a society. The second part of your question, when you mentioned about the training or adding this, making these courses, value-added courses, I think that's fine. We have things in the books. We have we can add programs in the schools. But what is important is that we should not just limit ourselves to giving these notions and theories, because theories are useless if they are not practiced. Right? Good theories are as equally useless as bad theories if we don't practice them. So, I mean, what should be taught actually is to put these values into practice. And this is somewhere we are lacking, because we have good ideas, good theories are there, but we are not putting them in practice. That's our main problem. And if at all we want to bring it in academics, I mean, it should be brought in such a way that it is actually practiced. It comes at a practice level.
Sir, I'm just going on to one of your observation. Sir, you maintain that our social life is dependent upon the government and leaders. Okay. So we need to guide our conscience. This is what your observation. So my aspect is this: you need to elaborate how we should guide ourselves or our conscience.
Yeah.
In such cases, relating to your particular reference.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, I mean, what I was saying is, as a community, I mean, at a personal level, we think that we have freedom. We are making our own choices, right? What to say, what not to say, what to do, what not to do. But now, when we look at our social life, let's see our behavior as a community. Now, that is governed maybe by some kind of a communal leaders. Yeah, they in a way guide us how to behave, what to say, what not to say. Similarly, our at a larger level, our life is governed by the political leaders. So there we are losing that freedom. See, I mentioned to you earlier that when Babasaheb talks about right view, he is actually talking about the freedom, the free mind, right? Free thinking. Now, where is that free thinking when it comes to a social level? At social level, I'm not free. My choices are not free. I mean, my choices are actually made for me by media, by community leaders, by politicians. So they decide if, for example, if our country decides to have a war, do I have any say on this? I don't. If the war starts, and I have to pay the price, no matter whether that's my decision or not. If there are communal rights, do I have a choice? No. I mean, I cannot say anything, because I mean, as a social kind of as a social thought, as a social consciousness, I mean, it is not a community consciousness. I mean, there is a difference between a consciousness of a community as a whole, when each individual is making that decision, and when one person makes the decision for the society. So what is happening these days is that one person is making choices or decision for the society, and as members of society, we are not having any choice. So together as a society, if we can all, our right view can come together, and if that can be effective and powerful, and I think then only we have hope of changing the society or doing any good for society. Because otherwise it will be governed by personal views. If the leader's personal view is good, then the society is good. If the leader's view is not good, if it is bad, then the society becomes bad. Society pays for it. That's what we are seeing world over, actually.
If you look at the leadership all over the world, if we have good leaders, then as a society, country benefits. If the leader is not good, then as a society we pay price. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, another question is asked by says, while Buddhist philosophy is so much rational, we have, in spite of that, we have not been able to create Buddhist identity in India.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The connection was not so good.
He says, while Buddhist philosophy is so much rational, in spite of that, why we have not been able to create a Buddhist identity in India?
Now, when I say Buddhist identity, let me again clarify. I mean, I take this word Buddhist identity not just as a kind of identity of people belong to a religious group, but I think that's a way of thinking, and that's what I'll say as a Buddhist identity. Now, what is happening is, as I said, the theory is good, the philosophy is so nice, so great, but what we are lacking is practicing it. And that's where I was in my talk. I mentioned about this. I highlighted this this view of P.L. Narsu. He puts much emphasis on this right effort. I think we as individuals, as people who take pride in carrying this Buddhist identity, we are not making enough efforts as an individual and as a community to kind of translate that philosophy into action. See, I think in the morning, Dr. Strout also made one interesting and a very important point that, we should be looking at a larger picture of a humanity. We should not also confine ourselves to only at the community level, that our Buddhist community, and then we don't care for other. No, as a Buddhist, we have commitment for all living beings. I mean, Baba Sahib has also highlighted this. Buddhism simply the love. When he talks about the love in his section on the Paramita, he said this is love not just for the mankind but for all the living beings. Now, this once they start getting translated in all our actions, let's say our approach to environment, our approach to other fellow beings, no matter to which community, to which religion they belong, when we kind of start acting more, you can say globally in this case, more on the humanitarian level, that will certainly have an impact. See, Buddha has given us a very important principle, how to propagate the Dhamma, how to go about it. The Buddha says that you should not do those things which would reduce the number of those who are faithful, and it will not allow, or it will not motivate those who are not faithful to join the Buddhist Sangha. So appasannanam appasadaya and pasannanam appasadaya. This is something which we should avoid. And our practice, our way, our means should be such that we are those who are already having faith in the Buddha Dhamma, it should increase. And those who don't have the faith in Buddha Dhamma, they should feel that to have the faith in the Buddha Dhamma. So appasannanam pasadaya and pasannanam bhiyo bhavaya. That should be our attitude when we are looking at it. So I think we are now, our effect is being bit limited, I must say, in this case. Even the Buddha philosophy is so great, but we are in a way failing to take it rightly to the people, because our job is not just to kind of create our own identity, but we also have to kind of make everybody to have that right view within himself, yeah, beyond the community and identity. So I'm talking about a human identity, not as a communal identity. So we should look for the human identity, and for that I think we still need to act more. We need to act more cautiously and more globally, without restricting ourselves to a caste or community or religion. And I think when we do this, see, this is how Buddha could spread his religion, his Dhamma so wide among all different strata of society. And we have to follow Buddha's footsteps. I think there is no other way. We have the wisdom there. We just have to kind of tap on it. That's it.
I have two more questions with Zoom and YouTube. I am taking one or two questions from Zoom, which are a little bit provocative, I suppose. One is asked by Samiran Biswas from Bengal. And the question is there any difference between Buddhism and Ambedkarism today?
Now, I mean, this question again, the way people look at it, there are different approaches to looking at it.
Make a brief comment so that we can take
Yes,
some more
yes,
questions.
yes. Because there are people, who think, I mean, who say that, I mean, Buddhism and what Baba Sahib did is kind of totally different from traditional Buddhism, and so that is one kind of extreme. Others say that Baba Sahib's Buddhism is the ancient old Buddhism. This is another, I would say, also the extreme. My personal opinion is that I think Baba Sahib has taken this thought forward. The thought of Buddha, he has taken it forward. So as I was just mentioning about his first sermon, kind of that particular, if you just take that as an example, as I say, in the traditional Buddhism, we don't find this, frankly speaking, and you can go to the text and you can look at it. Baba Sahib has brought it together. You will not find it in any scripture. Now, what would you say? Is Baba Sahib not true to Buddhism? Is he doing something totally different from Buddhism? Or is he actually bringing all those relevant points together? I mean, I look at it from the second point of view. I think that Baba Sahib has kind of, brought all the things, these relevant points together, and he has make Buddhism more relevant. So I look at Baba Sahib's work as progress in the context of traditional Buddhism. That's my personal view. You may agree, may not agree, but this is how I look at it.
I'm taking another question from Zoom. Question is asked by Kamna Sagar, and he's asking Buddhism and key development concerns. How can we see that in our daily life?
Can you please repeat the question once again?
I mean, so my question is Buddhism and key development concerns. How can we see that in our daily life?
No, I mean, which development you're talking about?
The question itself absurd, but I'm just getting it into sense. I mean, there are key concerns, concern areas of Buddhism. How we can take that elements into our daily life.
Yeah.
Development concern.
Yes, I think yeah, development as a personal development, as we have already, I have already mentioned already that this as a Buddhist, we should have Shila, Eightfold Path, and righteousness and virtues. We should have them together. We cannot work without them at a personal level, not also at the social level. Now, at the same point, I must also say that, see, I mean, as a Buddhist community, or as people who kind of who carry this Buddhist identity, I mean, we have we have the role as a person. There's also a role of the Sangha. There is also a role of a community, right? And at all level we should work. And even on this, at the Sangha level, we should be more stronger in this case, I must say. And as Sangha members, we should also carry the same kind of right view. That right view, if it comes out of concern for the dukkha and the dukkha nirodha, only that should be our only. If that is our only driving force, then I think as a person, at a personal level, at a community level, we would be able to address those issues, because the issue would be many. But our only driving force, our motivation should be dukkha and dukkha nirodha. So that holds the key, no matter whether it is individual level, at the Sangha level, or at the community level.
Sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I have my own question regarding your, again, one of the observations you made during your speech. You maintained one important observation. If someone seeks a social welfare, he himself must follow the personal purity.
Yes.
So this was your observation. I appreciate this, and I endorse this also. So so now we see, sir, many social workers and leaders works in society, but they do not carry good impression,
yes,
or leave any good impact on society.
Yes.
So how do you see that? I mean, we have seen thousands of social workers are walking around us. In spite of
Yes.
that, they don't
Yes.
leave any impression upon us. So do you see
Yes.
a relationship between this
Yes.
practical example with your observation? related to your personal security aspect.
Yes, yes, right. I mean, this is an important point which we all forget. I mean, again, you talked about the value education. Now we have courses in let's say social work, right? MSW programs. Now I don't think that MSW programs really talk about the aspects of compassion, maitri. So we learn to do social work as profession, but not as so. But we don't have that attitude. And that attitude again basically comes from that personal purity. That is very much linked with that, because I mean, unless you have that, your impact is really very low. I mean, the person will immediately say, I mean, he himself is not following any Sheila. Why should we listen to him? I mean, look at Baba Sahib, for example. What he actually gave people, did he give them any awards, any financial aid, any positions? What did he give to the society? I mean, if you ask about material terms, I mean, of course, because of him, now people started getting education, they got jobs and so on. But when he was leading the movement, what he was giving people, he was just giving thoughts, right? He was just giving ideas. He was motivating people. Now, why people followed him? Because of his integrity. I mean, now that's the problem, because if leaders don't have integrity, they are going to get these challenges, because at some point or the other, people will know about their real nature, real character, and they will not follow it. And this is not doing harm to themselves as leaders. I mean, as a leader, I mean, if I'm not really acting morally, people will not follow me. That will be my personal loss, but that is a great loss for the society, because everybody cannot be a leader. And when we have some leaders who have integrity, they can really have a larger impact. What Buddha did, what Ambedkar did, I mean, they had large impact on the society. But now, if we as a leader fail, it is not our personal failure, but it is also of the failure of the society. So we have to be more conscious, and especially those who are in that leadership role, they should be more and more conscious about this fact, that they should never neglect the personal purity, personal integrity, because that is the foundation on which the whole you can say the palace of social welfare is going to stand. And therefore, in I think this is in Narsu, when he says that of all the paramitas, Sheila is the most important one, because you can ignore any other paramita, but Sheila you cannot ignore. So the moral integrity one cannot ignore. I mean, that is the core of Buddhism, and without that, you will not have any. You will be not effective at all, and in fact, you will be doing more harm to society than doing any good. Because then other people will just they will not point at the society. They will point at a leader and they say, "Look at your leaders. How are they?" And then what? So and the blame will come on the society. So we have to be very careful, and I think this is something which all our leaders and we as as members of the community should always keep this in mind. So personal integrity, personal purity is something which we cannot compromise with at all. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us and
thank you very much for this
giving
opportunity.
us very insightful speech, and then later answering a few questions from the participants. And it was wonderful discussions you brought in. Thank you very much. On behalf of Pali-Prakrit and Buddhist Studies Department, Nagpur. Dear friends, now it was supposed to be the speech of our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Muligar Chandikarji. He was with us for a longer time, but due to his prior engagement to some important meeting, he went there and he is unable to make it now. And this is the reason why he sent his sincere apology to all the distinguished guests and the participants. With this, actually, we are now coming to the last part of our webinar. And before I invite our convener to propose vote of thanks. We are now inviting our two coordinators to chant the Metta Bhavana here while concluding this on this auspicious occasion. I request Praveen sir to please play the Metta Bhavana. प्रवीण सर आवाज थांबलेला आहे. Praveen sir, the chanting has been interrupted. Hello. Praveen sir, am I audible to you? Hello.
हॅलो.
प्रवीण सर ऑडिबल लाईक ते चॅटिंग ऑडिबल नव्हती.
ओके ठीक आहे सर, परत करताय.
Praveen sir, it's still not audible.
Yes sir, just wait. Again I am sharing the screen. You're audible?
Ayusa ekam
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sarojwani and Ms. Mamta Sukhdeve for recording this chanting for this webinar. And after this, we have coming to the last part of this webinar. I now invite our convener and President of Pali-Prakrit Sabha, Dr. Krishna Kamble sir, to please propose vote of thanks. Over to Kamble sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Right. Thank you. Jai Bhim and Namo Buddhaya to all. This is very nice webinar of 4 hours we are talking together. First of all, I pay my homage to Tathagat Buddha and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and greetings on this Dhammacakka Pavartan Day to everybody. And on this occasion of Dhammacakka Pavartan Day, a very nice webinar of relevance of Noble Eightfold Path in the contemporary world was organized by the Department of Buddhist Studies, RTM University, Nagpur University, as well as Pali-Prakrit Sabha. My job is to say thanks to everybody. So first of all, I will thank to Dr. Nitinji Raut, Honorable Minister for Energy and Guardian Minister of Nagpur, Government of Maharashtra, who spared the time early in the morning, 9 o'clock sharp, and gave us inaugural speech and some inputs regarding this corona pandemic in this international webinar. I am very much thankful to him. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Muralidhar Chandekar, Vice Chancellor, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur, who could not share his thoughts because of pre-engagement, but he had consented to be the chairman for this webinar and permitted to organize this webinar on international level. I am very much thankful to Dr. Muralidhar Chandekar sir. I would like to appreciate the gesture of Dr. Scott from USA, Dr. Bimalendra Kumar from BHU, and Dr. Mahesh Devkar from Pune, who delivered their addresses as the resource person. And actually those people, they brought details. Actually, Dr. Scott has put in very different way, combining Dr. Ambedkar's view, Dr. Dewey's views, and Buddha's view on Noble Eightfold Path and democracy, as well as the Vimalendra Kumar put very nicely Eightfold Paths and today's corona pandemic, as well as Dr. Devkar has brought Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Dr. P.L. Narsu and Dr. Kosambi together, and he has put it very differently, how it is not the personal, but the social cohesion is very important. He analyzed Sammaditthi to Samma Samadhi very brilliantly from all these three authors. I am really thankful to Dr. Mahesh Devkar sir. I would like to appreciate the gesture as well as the gesture of Dr. Bhalchandra Khandekar sir, who is Pali Vibhushan of our Nagpur, Vidarbha region, who gave an inspiring talk on this Noble Eightfold Path. And not only that, he is the person who inspires us to arrange this webinar on the occasion of this Dhammacakka Pavartan Day, and suggested the subjects and speakers also. He has contacted the speakers also, and we are really obliged to Dr. Bhalchandra Khandekar sir. I must thank Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, Pro Vice Chancellor, RTM University, Nagpur, to be the patron of this webinar and gave all supports to organize this webinar. I am also grateful to Dr. Puran Chandra Meshram, former Registrar of RTM University, Nagpur, and Dr. Malti Sakre for encouraging us and guiding us for organizing this webinar. I must appreciate the efforts taken by our head of the department, Dr. Neeraj Bodhi, for his planning and untiring efforts for organizing this webinar since last more than 15 days. Dr. Suresh Bhote, who is head of the Department of English in MWPWS College, Nagpur, and who is now, we can say, expert in organizing the webinars with all resourcing, and he coordinates everything. And probably we people are assured by his presence that everything will go very properly. And he shouldered all the responsibility for this webinar. So I am really especially thankful for Dr. Suresh Bhote. From our college, our colleagues, Ms. Saroj.
Sir, your sound is mute. Your sound is mute. Somebody sir, please unmute your sound. Somebody sir, please unmute your sound. Sound. Please unmute your sound. Dr. Kamde, unknowingly you have put your system. Yeah.
Okay, right
yeah.
now?
Yeah, it's okay. Now go back to the reference to Ms. Wani.
Okay. Our colleague, Ms. Saroj Wani and Ms. Mamta Sukhdeve, who has ended up with beautiful voice, this webinar. They have also worked up with Dr. Neeraj since last fortnight to plan and to the administrative work and execute the whole webinar successfully. I must extend my sincere thanks to both of them. To organize the webinar appears to be very easy because we don't have to organize the hall and everything. But it takes the same efforts to organize in the hall. And probably it is more difficult to bring the active people in to participate in the seminar. And they have suggested many things to organize this webinar successfully. I must appreciate their all efforts, especially Dr. Anil Hirekan, who is the Deputy Registrar in the RTMNU University Nagpur, and he headed our organizing team. So I'm really thankful to the whole team. Last but not the least, I must appreciate the audience. Our audience number was 1,171 and registered, and I'm really thankful to all these people, even on Sunday and on this occasion of this Dhammachakra Pravartan Day and the important talk on this eightfold path and today's COVID-19 pandemic. I'm thankful to all these people. I might have left some names, but I before I conclude, I must say thanks to Dr. Praveen Gosekar, who supported us this all system for webinar, as well as Dr. Pranita Sonekar for technical support to organize this seminar. And probably I might have forgotten some of the people's name. So I must apologize them for their not mentioning their name. But ultimately, I am really thankful. And I will reiterate the Dr. Devkar's word that this is okay, theoretical part that we have organized the seminar and we have discussed this eightfold path into today's pandemic. But now it should be put into the action, and hope all these listeners will put all these things into the action, and it will be then really successful of this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm thankful to Dr. Kisra Kamde, sir, for being with us throughout the planning of this webinar, and he was there to guide us on every step, right from the in the beginning planning and then from execution of this webinar to today. Thank you, sir. Dear friends, here this webinar comes to an end, but I have a small announcement to make. Very shortly, we are sending feedback forms to the Telegram link, and we'll try to send it via email also, but many emails we have sent yesterday failed because of wrong addresses sent by the participants. But even then, we'll try to send feedback link to all the participants, and we'll take 7 days to send you certificates, e-certificates. I will try to send certificates to each and everyone. Thank you all for being with us in this webinar for 4 long hours, and it was wonderful feast, and it was wonderful joining all of you, all of us. Thank you.